Hello, one and all. Jax West here. No relation to the Avery family, just a supporter. So, Ken Kratz, who I refer to as Sweaty Sweat Sweat, has a book that he attempted to put out a while ago that was an epic failure. And now he's been teasing that he's added 2 new chapters to it where he's claiming Brendan should be free and Stephen should rot in prison. So Christy has made it available to me so I can read it to y'all. Nobody has to give him any money. And of course, I will not be able to read it just straight out, because it will anger me so, and I will have to put comments on it. Christy says that this is a very short book and that she was able to read the entire thing in 2 hours. So, and a lot of my lives have been about 2 hours. So, but with my discussion on it, it may change and be longer than that. So this will be played by ear. And if I decide that, okay, stick a pin in it and we'll have another story time night to finish the book, or if I complete it. Since it's a story time, I decided to get all comfy in my onesie pajamas. I am Chewbacca. So feel free to get all comfy. I got myself a little bit of tea left. And I've got some popcorn and peanut M&Ms. Don't know how much I'll be eating as I'll be reading, but I am a slob and will talk with my mouth full, and no apologies for it. So while I'm reading this, I will not be looking at any of your comments. I might glance at them from here and there. But if you're sending me questions or whatnot, I will not be answering any questions or talking about the case. Don't ask me what's new. Don't ask me how Stephen's parents are. Won't be answering any of that because tonight is just to read this book. At some point, I'm going to have to get up and walk away because my dogs are currently outside. Oh, and Christy's telling me she's adding something to it right now for me to read. Because I've been gone all day and I get home with just 15 minutes before this live and getting myself all situated. And my dog decides to puke so dog's outside right now and I cleaned up the puke. So, let's see. What did you say? Oh boy. So Christy is adding the Nancy Grace forward to the book, but I'm just going to start reading his stupid book. And maybe we'll go to the Nancy Grace forward at some time. So, all right. Off we go. And hi, Tom. Tom, good. I'm glad that Tom is on since he is the one. Okay, Christy's telling me the Nancy Grace part is actually the beginning of the book. Yeah, I know that's a foreword, Christy. But it's the last 10 pages of the thing. Let me see. Am I going to be able to scroll all the way down to it? Okay, here. All right. So there's the Nancy Grace thing. So I'll start with the Nancy Grace forward. Nancy Disgrace. I hate this woman with a passion. After the murder of my fiance many years ago, so right out of the gate, let's make it about Nancy. I abandoned plans to become a professor of Shakespearean literature and instead entered law school. I had one and only goal in mind: to put the truly bad guys in jail so innocent people could live free of the fear and violence that had destroyed my life and the lives of so many others. Prosecuting in inner city Atlanta for a decade, I'm going to guess she prosecuted mostly Black and brown people, with one simple question to each individual juror, singling them out specifically one by one. Can you listen to the facts and evidence presented in this courtroom and render a verdict that will speak the truth? The truth. A verdict that speaks the truth. The verdict doesn't speak the truth because the jury isn't given all the facts on a case. So the jury is the last people I want to listen to on whether or not somebody is guilty or innocent. We, the people who get all of the facts, know more than a juror does. Let's go back. Fast forward to years later to CNN's HLN Nancy Grace show. She just keeps plugging away about herself. I still remember first hearing about a missing person, a lovely young woman, a photographer, Teresa Halbach. Her car had been found on the Avery salvage lot, but it was still hoped that Teresa herself was out there somewhere alive. Sorting through literally hundreds of stories a day, hers struck a chord within me, and that's all it took. Her disappearance would be one of the 2 to 3 stories that made it into the show that night. I still can't fully explain what it was about Teresa that resonated with me. Maybe it was the brown eyes that looked at me from the photo we dug up on her. Oh, they're so good. They dug up the photo. She makes it out like they're such crack investigators and nobody else can get a picture of Teresa Halbach. Maybe it was her family's plea for help. You mean the family's plea of we're in the grieving process already, even though you don't know what happened to her? To this day, I don't recall. But I do recall one thing distinctly, that Steven Avery came onto the show live that night, and when the camera stopped rolling, executive producer behind me in our New York control room and said very simply, he's lying. Oh, because she just knows everything. It went exactly like this. I went to go straight out to the man you mentioned, Steven Avery, or I want to, sorry. He is joining us by phone. Steven, I understand that Teresa came to your auto salvage lot to take photos for the Auto Trader, correct? Avery, yes, she did. She came down by me. Grace, okay, and Steven, it's my understanding that you also you state that you saw her car leave? Avery, yes, I did. Grace, about what time? Avery, she was there between 2 and 2:30. Grace, 2:30 in the afternoon. Okay, Steven, how is it that her car would get all the way back in this pit area where there is, well, I believe we're showing it right now. I mean, wouldn't she have to pass back by the office again? Avery, well, on the outskirts of the office. Otherwise, back by me or back by, and then it says inaudible, pit in the corner is all open. You do not have to drive past the office to go from Stevens out into the pit. You're driving on the back side of the office, which is a big garage with no windows to the back side. So, and can I draw the, hold on. All right. So you've got Steven Avery, Dolores Avery, and then shop, then bus, then to the pit. Okay. I don't know if you can see this. How can I turn it so you can see it? Turn. Okay. So Steven's house is up here. Then you drive down. Whoa, I'm really bad at this. Right here is Dolores's trailer. Then a little driveway. And there's the garage that faces this way. But back this way, the road continues down here. This corner right here is where the bus stop is. And then you would have to go down this way, and that goes into the pit. Pit way over this way. So you absolutely could drive from Stevens out into the pit, and people in the office would not see you. Just saying. Okay. Avery. Okay, he said that already. Grace, it's all open? Avery. Yes, anybody can drive in there. Grace. Okay, so that says to me, Chuck Quirmbach with Wisconsin Public Radio that the assailant who took this girl would have to find her some distance away and then, amazingly, incredibly, coincidentally, take her car all the way back to Avery Salvage and park it back there in the pit with all these trashed cars. It's not coincidentally. It's people who knew that was her last visit because her day planner is in her vehicle saying where she was. And then, miraculously, amazingly, incredibly, coincidentally, Ryan Hilgas has the day planner that had been in her vehicle. Quirmbach. Well, we do have to say alleged assailant. We do not know the whereabouts of Ms. Halbach. We do not know if someone took her against her will to where the car was found. And then it says crosstalk, so meaning they were all blathering on and nobody can understand what they're saying. Grace. Okay, Chuck. A woman's point of view. I'm not going to park my car in a pit of junk cars and then go on vacation. Okay? You might find my car at the airport if I had a car, or maybe at the bus station or the train station. So back to Mr. Avery. Mr. Avery, did you see anyone else come in, anyone unusual that didn't belong there? Avery. Well, Thursday night, me and my brother had to go to Menards to pick up some wood with the flatbed. And I see taillights back by me. It wasn't supposed to be. Grace. Yes. Avery. But we turned around and we went back there. The truck he parked on the side, and I took the flashlight on the flatbed and I looked around by me and behind me, but I didn't see nothing. Grace. Well, I want to point out, everybody, go to the next page. Let's go. That Stephen Avery is cooperating with police. He is not an official police suspect, and he is with us tonight speaking freely. And then it says commercial break. Then it says begin video clip. Unidentified male. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, myself and my staff members met just to answer any other questions they may have had about the investigation. They remain hopeful. And then it says end video clip. Oh, what a fascinating video clip. Gray says, Teresa Halbach is missing. If you have any information, dial the sheriff's office. And then she gives the number. Very quickly to Chuck Quirmbach. Are they sending in divers to search in the ponds in the area of the auto salvage? Quirmbach, yes. Apparently that's been done. There's also apparently a large number of people checking fields around the Avery property. There's up to 200 people had been there investigating over the course of the last couple of days. So it's quite a wide net. Grace, Mr. Avery, do you feel like you're being framed in any way? Avery, yes. Grace, why? Avery, because every time I turn around, the county's out here doing something to me. Grace, in this case, do you think you're being framed? Avery, yes, I'm being set up because of my lawsuit and everything else. Grace, because of your previous incarceration, you're suing? Oh, where's her crack investigating? Avery, yes, they set me up then. And then, ... meaning he was still speaking, but Grace spoke over him. She says, well, do you think it has anything to do with her car being found at your auto shop? Wow, she sucks. Avery, no, I tell you, it's because of my name and what I went through from them. Grace, but to Dr. Robbie Ludwig, psychologist, of course, with her car, take a look at this. Her car turning up in the middle of that. That is a very suspicious location. Ludwig, sure, but we do know that there are people that are wrongly convicted and that they do appear to be guilty and very often have to defend themselves once they're let out, and even if they are exonerated. So Mr. Avery is in a very difficult position. Grace, and to Mr. Avery, is the pit back there where her car was found locked or fenced in? Can anybody just drive back there and leave their car? Avery, well, most of the time, no. Grace, you mean it's normally not locked? Avery, no, you can just drive right in. And if you wanted to drop something off, you could, because back then when this happened, so there's the quarry that's behind the salvage yard. Where Teresa's car was found was literally 10 feet from the quarry. It's at the very, very end of the salvage yard. And so there was a road, you know, her car was on a road that went straight into the quarry. So Carla Chase told me that they used to have alcohol parties when she was a teenager back in the pit where everybody knew to drive in through the back. And so nobody up, you know, so the family that's up in the trailers at the front of the property wouldn't know anybody was back there. And so they used to hang out there and drink and whatnot. Now, when I went there and I drove through the quarry, I still found access from the quarry into the salvage yard. But that main way that you could go in before, there is now a big berm that they built up there. So it's not as easy to get in there, but you still can. Grace. Okay, everyone, we'll keep you updated on the search for Teresa Halbach. Please help us bring Teresa home. A big thank you to all of my guests tonight, but our biggest thank you to you for being with us, inviting us into your homes. So that was the end of her, you know, great conversation with Stephen that she just knew he was lying. Oh, and that's her first sentence here. I knew in my core that he was lying, but why? His story didn't add up. It actually does add up, and I don't know math, and I know it adds up. He told me on national television that Teresa Halbach had come to his auto salvage lot to take photos of a particular car, and she left, and he never saw her again. But what he told others on the day of Teresa's visit was quite the opposite. He told multiple people that Teresa never showed up. And later on this day, she was reported missing. He repeated this take to Teresa's roommate and even called Auto Trader to complain about it. Then his story changed. She's muddying up multiple times. Got to remember, Teresa Halbach was there multiple times. Why the subterfuge? Why lie to me about it on national television? He didn't lie to you. He told you the truth, idiot. Something that might have been explained away innocently, her visit to his auto lot took on a much more sinister cast because of Avery's lies about it. See, I'm already really angry. The evidence unfolded from there. Teresa's foreboding about her job assignment, there was no foreboding. None. Zero. Nothing. Nothing. She didn't say a word to anybody about being uncomfortable about going there. And if she was uncomfortable about going there, she wouldn't have gone. She picks and chooses the jobs that she did. And then also, if she's that uncomfortable, she could have taken somebody with her. She didn't. She laughed about going there. There was no foreboding. She didn't care. Ooh. She didn't want to go and said so. Her car found hidden at the far edge of Avery's property, hidden under plywood and other materials with Avery's skin cell DNA. And now she's got an italics. His skin cells on the hood latch of Teresa's car. We've already gone over that, Nancy Grace. The lab technicians transferred it from Stephen's Grand Am. Done. They were in Stephen's Grand Am, did not change their gloves, and then went to open the hood latch. That's how Stephen's DNA got there. Not his sweat. Not his skin cells. Not only were the studs from the back pockets of Teresa's Daisy Fuentes jeans found, not true. A button from Nancy Fuentes' jeans was found. There is no proof that those came from Teresa's. How many people have Daisy Fuentes jeans at that time? They were sold at Kohl's. I love Kohl's. So no proof that that was Teresa's Daisy Fuentes jeans. No proof that that's even what she was wearing the day she was going there, that she went there, that they were Daisy Fuentes jeans she was wearing when she went to the salvage yard. No proof. but her teeth and bones burned beyond recognition, all found on Avery's lot in a, and then in quotes, fire pit. I don't know why you put fire pit in quotes. Tended all through the night by Avery himself. Lie. All through the night would mean the entire night. Avery's sitting there stoking that fire. So when he's on his landline talking to Jody, because back then you couldn't call an inmate from the jail, because she was in jail, not prison, and hold. Now my dog's asking to come in. Move. Okay. So saying it was tended to all through the night means he was tending to it the entire night. Jody was in jail, not prison at that time. You could not make calls from the jail to a cell phone. You could only call a landline. Stephen had a cordless phone, but I asked him before he cut me off again, could his cordless phone reach all the way to the burn pit? And he said, I don't know. I never tried. But then he said he couldn't get to his driveway with it. So I'm like, well, then there's your answer. If he couldn't be in his driveway that's in front of the garage, he sure as hell can't have that phone in back. So we know that he talked to Jody 2 different times that night. So he's on his landline in the house, not out there. Okay, so but we also know he wasn't there all night long. God, she just lies. Tended to the fire by Avery himself, according to his own friends and acquaintances. Not a single friend or acquaintance said he tended to a fire all night. This chilling scene divulged, now in italics, not by police, but by Avery's own friends and relatives. Why do we care? Well, first of all, friends and relatives did not say he tended to a fire all night. Secondly, he's got relatives that are the actual killers. So let's just go by what they say. Teresa's blood DNA was then found, and now she's got in italics on a bullet fragment discovered inside Avery's garage, fired from a gun found in Avery's own bedroom. Not true. It's not Avery's gun. It's Raleigh Johnson's. I don't believe there's ever been any proof that it came from Raleigh Johnson's Glenfield Marlin rifle that was hanging over Stephen's bed. That .22 rifle is a standard rifle. Bobby had one too, because Scott Toddock was trying to sell it the very next week at his work. So the magic bullet that was found in the garage is the same kind of bullet or casing or whatever you want to call it. And Raleigh Johnson has testified that he used to use that rifle and shot at the garage because there was a hole by the garage, which is the garage. Raleigh Johnson owns that garage. So there was a hole there that some animal lived in. And so they would shoot at this animal. So even if that bullet did come from that, it's because Raleigh Johnson was shooting that stuff. Okay. This is going to end up being way long. The physical evidence proving Avery murdered Teresa Halbach is overwhelming! Exclamation point. And a jury that heard every shred of this evidence agreed. The jury didn't hear a tenth of the evidence. Dumb. And now I'm getting too warm because I'm getting mad. So my hood comes off. Then, ... there is Brendan Dassey. I have reviewed Dassey's police interrogation tapes very carefully. He admits he assaulted Teresa and was there when she was murdered as well. Now the defense argues Dassey was too young to give a statement alone and is mentally impaired. In fact, Dassey's IQ falls within a normal range. And his mom knew he was speaking to police and chose not to sit in. So, because Barb's a shitty mother and only cared about herself, that means Brendan is guilty? Because his mom fed him to the slaughter? What matters here is only one thing. The same thing I reminded my jurors of all those years ago as a prosecutor. And then the truth. Isn't Nancy Grace the one that she's no longer a prosecutor because it was found out that she did a whole bunch of shady shit, and so she got booted? So, okay. This is not a popularity contest. Speaking the truth is more important than being named Miss Congeniality. No one, not me, and certainly not the prosecutor, is seeking that crown. It's a good thing, as our voices have been nearly drowned out by the media bandwagon. After a highly popular program pieced together 10 from literally thousands of hours of footage and swayed thousands of viewers. Try millions, baby. I am swayed by neither media hype nor television producers, nor am I swayed by an asshole on HLN. I am swayed by a search for the truth, regardless of what others may say. I am swayed by those deep brown eyes looking out from an old photo, looking at me, the jury, the media. Why do you care about the media? You just said you don't care about the media. And everyone else who hears this case. And I am swayed by the facts. Facts? You don't know the facts. By the overwhelming evidence that Teresa Halbach was lured to Stephen Avery's auto salvage lot under a guise of a work assignment with her job at Auto Trader. The evidence that Avery murdered her and burned her body and tried his best to hide the evidence, that he is now caught in a tangle of his lies, and, but for a media outlet's highly produced documentary, so her and Sweaty Sweat Sweat really like using their quotes, documentary, $1 million. He would be forever branded as what he truly is, a murderer. Prosecutors didn't make him a murderer. He did that all on his own. The evidence said so. And that, I submit, is the truth. Ugh. Ugh. Thank you, Christy, for making me read that. So it took me a half hour now to read just the Nancy Grace bullshit. Chapter 1. True Crime Today. My name is Sweaty Sweat Sweat. You may know me as the chief villain, and might I add rapist, in the Netflix docuseries Making a Murderer, the 10-part television sensation released in December 2015 that ignited a fierce conversation in this country and beyond about whether or not our criminal justice system is rigged. It is, fact. The show became an international obsession, earned 6 Emmy nominations, and inspired too many internet sleuths and conspiracy theorists to count. It raised allegations of police and prosecutorial misconduct, fact, suggested that evidence was tampered with, fact, and left millions of viewers with the impression that a junkyard dealer named Stephen Avery and his nephew, Brendan Dassey, were framed for the savage murder of a young photographer named Teresa Halbach. How do you call it a savage murder when you don't know what happened to her? Okay. As I watched the series, I wondered what had so riveted the public consciousness. It didn't feature dramatic reenactments, like Errol Morris's The Thin Blue Line had in 1988. No real-time car chases on California freeways a la OJ in 1994. No top-line actors portraying real people, as in The People versus OJ Simpson, last year's OJ redo. Redux, whatever. No reinvestigation by forensic professionals like those recently featured on CBS solving the 20-year-old murder of child beauty queen JonBenét Ramsey. Timing and technology, I thought, underpinned Making a Murderer's success. The show burst out during an electric, transformative pre-Trump period. Why do you need to bring in our country? Notoriously conservative America seemed to be leaning left, newly willing to challenge law enforcement. Many of the police shootings that fueled the Black Lives Matter movement resulted in no charges being filed against cops. Think Baltimore, Ferguson. And yet, the American public clamored for the freedom of a white man, Steven Avery, who was, by any measure of the evidence, stone guilty. Wrong. This fascinated and frankly surprised me. When Making a Murderer took home 4 Emmys, it seemed that those who judge popular culture had sanctioned a newfound activist spirit, if one inconsistently applied. Obsession with a convoluted case and the accused guilt of innocence is nothing new. Some of us may remember Cleveland neurosurgeon Sam Shepard, who in 1954 was convicted of killing his pregnant wife, Marilyn. Speculation, often about facts not in evidence, ran rampant, both in the newspapers and on new media. I have to do this every time you put stuff in quotes, so sorry, this is going to happen all the time. New media. At the time, television. Shepard won a new trial as a result and walked free. Making a Murderer also benefited from a thundering shift in the media climate from the advent of hot take internet journalism to fact-parched online forums and social media. Thanks to the internet, a piece of bad information can be repeated so many times in so many places so quickly that it becomes accepted as true, much like this piece of trash I'm reading currently. And the uniquely vitriolic atmosphere of internet comment sections inspires people to say things they never would in person. Oh, honey, I would say it in person and then some. The series birthed its own virtual family whose members, by turn supportive and loyal, vengeful and vindictive, incurious and glib. Oh, the glib word. Each spinning varying theories of the truth, kept the argument about Steven Avery's role in the death of Teresa Halbach boiling 24 hours a day, every day. In that way, Making a Murderer represented perfectly true crime as it's understood now. True crime with real-world consequences. Making a Murderer so influenced public opinion about Avery's guilt that more than 500,000 Americans signed a petition demanding executive clemency for this unrepentant killer. Even though the president has no authority to grant such a pardon for state charges. I don't know what he says after this. I don't know if he's going to demean people on that petition. But yes, many people do not understand the president has no authority on Steven's case because it is a state's case. The only person who could do anything for Steven would be the governor, the Wisconsin governor, who at that time during Making a Murderer was Scott Walker, who had said from the get-go he was not going to pardon anybody. He wasn't going to look at any case, nothing, because he said our justice system works. And if you are found guilty, you're guilty, and he's not going to let you out. So, but let's fault everybody for not knowing our stupid legal system that the president can't pardon anybody. So, okay. And I could go on and on too about petition. Petitions really, for the most part, don't do anything. And they're kind of a joke. So, okay. As lead prosecutor for both the Avery and Dassey trials, I was painted as responsible for a blatant miscarriage of justice in the most notorious murder case in Wisconsin since the trial of serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer in 1992. I've been ridiculed relentlessly across the blogosphere, my heavy-set appearance jeered at, and my high, thin voice mocked. On talk shows and in newspapers, I've been called corrupt, incompetent, and narcissistic. Yeah. At my law office in Superior, Wisconsin, thousands of death threats and abusive messages poured in via email and telephone. Men wrote that they wanted to rape and kill my daughter, while I was forced to watch. Fortunately, I don't have a daughter. I am so glad he doesn't reproduce. To escape the vitriol, I shut down my Twitter feed and restricted my Facebook account. I closed my law office in April 2016 after hundreds of negative internet reviews posted by complete strangers drove my practice into the dirt. No. People finding out that you're a horrible human being that rapes your clients, I think that might have something to do with why business dried up. I'm just saying. 4 years since Avery's 2007 conviction, out of respect for the family of Teresa Halbach, the actual and often overlooked victim in the case, nobody overlooks Teresa Halbach as being the victim here. The only thing we do say is we don't know what truly happened to her. Well, there's also not even proof for sure that she's even dead. And this is what happens when you are the fat narcissistic boy who cries wolf. You lie and you lie and you lie. So therefore, even if you tell us this is her bone, we know you're screwing with stuff in the lab. You're telling Sherry Colhane, put her in the house or garage. So everything is suspect. So there is no proof that anything is Teresa Halbach. Sorry, I really should. I need to make a point of when I'm like going to go up on a rant that I like move my cursor to where I left off at. So I don't lose where I was. Okay. I tried to remain above the fray. Unlike the defense team, I did not participate in making a murderer, declining an interview request made in February of 2013. I appear in the series only in opportunistically edited archival TV footage at press conferences and in court. Fuck you. Okay? So should we feel bad that your speeches to taint people was edited much like evidence in court is edited so the jury doesn't see everything? So I would say it's the same thing. If you've watched Making a Murderer, you know about the deplorable things I did in the years following Avery's conviction, sexting a domestic abuse victim and making inappropriate advances toward other women. That's not all. You had sex with these women. That is rape. They only had sex with you because they felt like they had to for either their own case or the case of their significant other. You raped them. You're a raper. Don't say you're not a raper. You're a raper. If you judge me harshly, I don't blame you. Oh, good. I'm happy. Rest assured, my punishments fit my crimes. I lost everything. My wife, my career, my house. Your $250,000 house? My life savings and my reputation. After inpatient rehab for sex addiction, I've been clean. So if you put clean in quotes, it means you're not. That's what quotes mean, Kratz. So saying I've been clean for more than 6 years. So you're not clean. You're still a raper. Do you rape your daughter's sister wife? Yet even today, I'm defined by my regrettable past, much like you defined Stephen. This book isn't intended to polish my tarnished image, vent my anger, or ask for sympathy. Good, because you won't achieve any of that. I am writing it because the truth matters. And people get hurt when it is twisted and misrepresented. More public horror has been expressed at the imagined plight of Steven Avery than at Teresa's very real murder. very real murder. How do we know? We live in a time where the police have lost our unquestioning trust. Good. And the American justice system is no longer assumed to reflect the ideal of fairness upon which it was founded. Mm-hmm. But if we begin with the assumption that no one, in italics, can be trusted, our criminal justice system can't function. No. We're not operating by no one should be trusted. We operate on just because you wear a badge or you went to law school means that you won't lie. That we now have to take your word as fact because, they swore an oath to uphold the law. Sorry. Now I'm going to get flagged. I spoke incorrectly. So we're not automatically saying all cops and all judges and all investigators and all everything is bad. Just now, you're not going to get that blank slate of, we know you're going to tell the truth because there's liars out there. So why should you believe a word I have to say? That's easy. I'm not asking you to. The bulk of my argument centers on the physical scientific evidence against Avery, the blood, the key, and the burn pit. Well, we have counters to every one of those. I'm going to present the damning evidence and testimony that was omitted from the Netflix series. And I'm going to demonstrate that it would require a conspiracy of absurd proportions to cook up the sheer volume of evidence pointing toward Avery's guilt and to keep its creation secret. Making a murderer is filled with distortions, no, and omissions. Yes, there are omissions. There's tons more that shows Stephen is innocent. That wasn't in there. Editorial choices that slanted the show, no. To the defense perspective, no, at almost every turn. I will highlight the most obvious omissions for you and expose what really happened between 2005 and 2007. I will walk you through the case point by point, and when I'm done, I think you'll agree that Stephen Avery earned his cell in the Waupun Correctional Institution, where he'll sit until he dies. Avery became a killer on October 31st, 2005, the day he stole the life of an innocent 25-year-old. Oh. Okay, I'm not going to say that. I didn't make anyone a murderer. I did my job and convicted one. Mm-hmm. Chapter 2, The Disappearance. As Calumet County District Attorney, my office in Chilton, Wisconsin, bore little resemblance to the opulent book-lined chambers grandly occupied by Adam Schiff and Jack McCoy in Law and Order. But it was mine and I liked it. We don't fucking care. This is really him grasping to make enough pages to make his pamphlet into a book here. I'd hung a few paintings by my dad, a professional wildlife artist, mostly of ducks and geese. He worked for the Milwaukee Public Museum, creating special exhibits and painting the backgrounds of their dioramas. The kind of stuff... Why am I reading this? Do I need to read this filler stuff, or should I only be wasting my time reading the stuff that pertains to the case? Let me scroll down here to the bottom of your stuff. Somebody tell me right now, should I be reading the stuff of him talking about his stuff, or do you only want to hear when he's talking about the case? First one that posts here is what I'll do. First one I see. So somebody reply and tell me if you want to hear about it. So stupid. Okay, good. 2 people say no. So Miranda and Terry, you win nothing but for me not to read that shit. So I'm going to skip to the case. Oh, now he's talking about the Green Bay Packers. Okay. Not in the mood for games. I waved at Mark to continue. And then he says, at Avery Salvage Yard. On dusty and rutted Avery Road in rural Michigan in the northern half of Manitowoc County, to be precise. The Stephen Avery? Yup, Mark said, leaning back with a how do you like them pies? Them pulls expression on his face. I don't even know what the fuck he's trying to say there. Wisconsin mints few celebrities, but Stephen Avery enjoyed star status. A few even considered him a local hero. Avery had been convicted in 1985 for I'll continue to read this. In 1985 for the sexual assault and attempted murder of a prominent Manitowoc County businesswoman, Penny Bernstein, winning his freedom in 2003 after crime lab DNA expert Sherry Culhane, at the behest of the Wisconsin Innocent Project, matched a pubic hair from the original case file to a convicted sex offender named Gregory Allen. What the fucking fuck? He's wording that out like, oh, yay, Sherry Culhane. Thank you. She's so awesome. Look what she did. No, that fucking bitch was told to check that for a year. Was it a year or more? And she put it off. Delayed before, because dragging her feet to finally have to do the testing. The same Sherry Culhane that was told to put Teresa in Stephen's trailer or garage. That chick, big hair, blonde chick. So nice creative editing there, sweaty sweat. Okay. I'd served with Penny a couple years before on the Wisconsin Crime Victims' Rights Board, a 5-person panel appointed to review alleged violations of victims' rights by judges, DAs, cops, and other criminal justice professionals. At the time, the only sanctioning body of its kind in the county. Penny had a tough time navigating the exoneration process and had been guilt-ridden over having misidentified her attacker in 1985, both in a photo array and live police lineup, at a time when Stephen, 23, had 5 children, including twin sons only a few days old. Like everyone in the area, I'd heard about Avery's. This is not going in order. As I'm clicking on these, Christy, because it says Avery's, and then it says, and then it's going back to talking about the Green Bay Packers. Oh, so here's the beginning of the Uyghur thing. On November 3rd, 2005, Mark Uyghur, one of 4 full-time Calumet County Sheriff's investigators, knocked on my door. You're not going to believe this, Mark said as he sat down in a chair opposite my desk, sporting his usual small goatee and rural Wisconsin uniform, an earth-toned sweater, khaki pants, and comfortable shoes. A young woman named Teresa Hallback had just been reported missing. She hadn't been heard from since Halloween, Monday, October 31st, a day she'd spent freelancing for Auto Trader magazine, taking pictures of vehicles people wanted to sell. Guess where Teresa was last seen? Oh, what are you telling me to do now? All right, now I'm going back to, she's telling me to go to a website, but I have found the next thing I went to is the next page. So let's see if it goes right from here. Hold on. Let me see this. Hold. Oh my God, I'm in the dark now. Hold on. At You stupid thing telling me the password's wrong. Hold on. Signing successful. Okay, now let me go to the page where I left off. What page was I on? What page was I on? Okay, there, that. Okay, that's got to be where it was. Okay. Yep, I found it, Christy. Thank you very much. I'm in. Okay, like everyone in the area, I'd heard about Avery's $36 million lawsuit against Manitowoc County in the wake of his exoneration. He was all over the news, supported by Innocence Project lawyers, a sitting governor, and Wisconsin legislators who'd even named a new criminal justice reform law after him. And I knew his name attached to a missing person case would mean extra scrutiny for everyone, including me. Citizen search efforts began that Thursday, headed by Teresa's younger brother, Mike, her roommate, Scott Blodorn, and his friend and Teresa's former boyfriend, Ryan Hilgas. After figuring out the password to Teresa's online cell phone records, Teresa's friends' phone numbers Teresa had called on Monday and pieced together a schedule of her appointments. Missing person flyers soon blanketed Manitowoc County storefronts, public buildings, lamp posts, and even the Avery Salvage Yard business office. In this close-knit area that I've been describing, Teresa had accomplished the impossible. She'd vanished without a trace. It's fucking Wisconsin. You vanish like that. Many Wisconsinites, including me, suspected foul play, and the perpetrator, we thought, must be an outsider, some big city transient, some junkie or tweaker or pillhead from Milwaukee or Chicago passing through, not one of our own. That, again, shows your prejudice. So let's trust you guys, who automatically are going to think, yeah, whatever. Years later, Avery's defense lawyers, Dean Strang and Jerry Buting, would make much of Teresa not being reported missing between Monday, October 31st, and Thursday, November 3rd, a period of 3 days. Perhaps suggested by Steve's erstwhile new dream team, now darlings of social justice zealots worldwide. Jealous much? Teresa had run off and did not want to be found. Maybe she intended to go missing. Or, as Jerry Buting had the temerity to suggest, maybe some secret, sordid lifestyle choice had caught up with her. So, let's put shoe on the other foot there, sweaty sweat sweat. If you found out that Steven Avery was a photographer that was taking pictures of married couples fucking. Sorry, everybody, put on your headphones if you got kids in your way in there, because I'm going to be swearing all night long. So if you found out that Steven Avery was taking pictures of people fucking and also then joined in with couples fucking, causing one husband to divorce his wife, or one wife to divorce her husband to start a relationship with Steven, what would you have to say about that? That's a toughie. But a 25-year-old woman does not live under the microscope of parents and friends. Teresa's roommate, Scott, worked construction, and their hours often did not overlap, except for when they were having sex. Teresa Halbach and Scott Blodorn had sex. They were friends with benefits. So he saw her pretty close sometimes, didn't he? She operated her freelance photography business out of shared space in Green Bay. Teresa had a lot of friends and hung out in Green Bay, so it was possible she was staying with friends. That Wednesday, November 2nd, Teresa didn't show up at her Green Bay studio as she usually did after a standing weekly appointment. When she still hadn't checked in after lunch, Thursday, November 3rd, Tom Pierce, Teresa's colleague and mentor, called her mom, Karen Halbach. Now Karen was worried because even though they lived next door to each other, she didn't notice that her daughter hadn't been home for 3 days. Why wouldn't her daughter or her mom notice her daughter is not home? Maybe because her daughter didn't come home a lot of nights. Maybe. Compounding matters, Teresa, a volunteer coach, missed practice for her little sister's middle school volleyball team. Coach Teresa showed up on time to every practice and every game without fail. Usually, she hustled in half an hour early to check uniforms and gear, her PowerShot A310 camera slung over her left shoulder, ready to chronicle small triumphs of her eager players. Was Teresa alive or dead? I feared I knew the answer to that question, and so too did Mark Wiegert. Well, again, showing that you guys are prejudicial. Reliable, kind-hearted Wisconsin girls don't just disappear without a word to family or friends. Teresa hadn't walked off the face of the earth. Someone had snatched her from it. Before closing this case, we would encounter a strain of evil, a pitiless vortex of vindictiveness that none of us had experienced before. You think he got more money for adjectives? 2 days into the investigation, on Saturday, November 5th, we caught our first break. Teresa Halbach's SUV turned up. Where? On the Avery salvage lot, hastily covered with tree branches, plywood, and an old car hood. A search plane we'd sent up on Friday had failed to spot it. Why did it fail to spot it? Maybe because it wasn't there then? Maybe? You think? Ironically, the RAV4 was detected in the most low-tech way possible by a volunteer citizen searcher operating on foot and sent there by God. The searcher happened to be a second cousin of Teresa's, a retired local private investigator named Pam Sturm. Yeah, she was such a good investigator that she wanted to touch the car and she didn't know where to locate a VIN. Yeah. Wonder why she was no longer a private investigator. In Making a Murderer, it's made to appear that Sturm was sent to the Avery property by the team coordinating the search. We see the defense lawyers questioning one of the search leaders about why he gave Pam and only Pam a digital camera. In fact, Pam asked to borrow the camera. Oh, really? She also specifically asked to search the Avery property. She knew it was the last place Teresa had been seen, and it seemed only logical to search the salvage yard full of cars to see if Teresa's might be one of them. Well, how would she know that Stevens was the last place she had been seen? Because if you go to StephenAveryCase.org and you go listen to the original police recordings, the early on ones, they said the Zippers was the last stop of the day. So that's what they were going off of back then, until it was, let's get Steven Avery. Then they flip-flopped those appointments. And she was late. Search parties were all gone for the day already by the time she and her daughter got there. So why would you wait if y'all think that this is the best place? Why would you wait and give it to the person who showed up late? Because maybe they're not going to show at all. And then why, if you really think that's going to be the place, would you send 2 women alone? And why was she was the only one given a direct line to the cops? All right, let's go back to his lies. Odd as it may have seemed, Pam, faced with 40 plus acres and over 3,800 cars to search, simply got lucky out of the gate by beginning her search in the southeast corner of the sprawling Avery junkyard near the business parking area. No. Well, I have a video I did. I've gone twice that I walked the exact path that Pam Sturm walked. And I also timed it to show that she's a fucking liar. And so basically, for her to have gone from the office all the way to that back corner, it would have meant she was passing by car after car after car after car and not looking at them. So she intentionally walked past cars and went to that back corner to start her search. Nobody would do that. You would start at the very first car you hit and you would snake like a queue line. You wouldn't go automatically to there and then come back. That makes absolute no sense. So this is an outright phony bullshit. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing conspiratorial, nothing nefarious about it. Also consider this. If Pam, as the Avery defense team later suggested, was somehow complicit in framing Steven Avery in the disappearance of Teresa Halbach, why would she find her cousin's car so suddenly and under circumstances that could be interpreted as, if not sketchy, then beyond the realm of pure happenstance? Okay. Why do I have to do your job for you, sweaty sweat sweat? Why? Because the Halbach family that were part of moving the RAV4 to the salvage yard all thought at that time that Steven was guilty. And they were told by law enforcement that due to the case they had going on with Steven for the $36 million, that they would never be able to get him for this crime. And that they needed actual evidence. So, Pam Sturm and her daughter do think there's possibly killers that are there at that salvage yard, and they were scared. That's why. And they don't think they're being timed and all that. And they don't think timing's going to matter. They want to get there and do what they were told to do, to play their role in this and get out and get cops there. So that's why sweaty sweat sweat. Also, the RAV4's license plate had been removed. So they would be found 2 days later, crumpled and hidden inside another junked vehicle on the salvage yard, on the salvage lot. And your point is what? That's why there's a VIN. God, I have to keep doing his job. When I arrived that Saturday afternoon, parts of Highway 147, the main route to the Avery property, had already been closed off by police. I drove down Avery Road, past the salvage business buildings, and met my Calumet County cops. Oh, well, adieu to you, sir. Including Sheriff Jerry Poggle and investigator Mark Wiegert in the business parking area, together with representatives of the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department, who should have never been there, and DA's office, we agreed that, given the pending Avery civil lawsuit, in order to avoid any appearance of impropriety, Manitowoc County Sheriff's officers would play only a supporting role in the Hallback investigation. So, what is his definition of supporting role? Supporting as in supporting the lie by planting evidence? Okay, I agree. As the Manitowoc DA believed his office had the same potential conflict, I accepted appointment as special prosecutor. Oh, what a hero. As good a detective as Mark Wiegert was, I knew we needed additional investigative expertise, and we needed it fast. This was a big case, and Calumet law enforcement still had a whole county to serve. Sheriff Poggle put in a call to the Wisconsin Department of Justice, the Wisconsin Department of Justice's Department of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the state body tasked with investigating crimes deemed statewide in nature or importance. He really doesn't know what this means, does he? Nobody could argue that this case didn't fit squarely under that bland rubric. That same Saturday, Thomas Fassbender had planned to spend the afternoon at his home in Appleton. Well, thanks for telling us where Tom Fassbender lives, like we give a shit. Parked in front of the TV with his wife, Kathy, watching the Wisconsin Badgers play football. I don't care. The Division of Criminal Investigation homicide specialist was a tall, are you kidding me? Now we're going to describe how he looks like? We're not talking about what he looks like. Oh, now we're talking about what he wears. And now we're talking of, oh my God. And he has a state issued Ford Taurus. Okay. He clocked the 90-minute drive to Two Rivers in about an hour. Speeding! It's not an emergency. He doesn't need to speed. There's no lives on the line. He could have run people over. I object. Eyeing an expanse of twisted, rusting metal, hulks of automobiles and trucks brought there by age, death, or destruction, Fassbender wondered if he'd ever find the clues he needed. Those metal skeletons surrounding quarry pits and the elements might, Tom knew, conceal them forever. Or maybe there were no clues. Maybe, just maybe, Teresa was still alive. And there were nowhere near enough non-Manitowoc County evidence techs on the scene. It was decided that the three most experienced Manitowoc Sheriff's Department officers on location, Lieutenant James Lenk, head of the detective unit, Detective Dave Remaker, and Sergeant Andrew Colborn, head of the patrol division, would have to assist with the search. Oh, golly, oh, gee. Fassbender determined that the three had virtually no connection to the 1985 Avery assault case, but instructed that as members of the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department, officers Lenk, Remaker, and Colborn would not be allowed to search any area of the salvage property on their own. They'd be accompanied by a search team leader, either a Calumet County evidence tech or a DCI special agent. Quote, a search for Teresa or evidence as to where she might be had to get completed that first night, unquote, Fassbender recalls. Quote, we didn't have the luxury of calling upon hundreds of trained search personnel as larger jurisdictions might, so we ensured the search teams consisted of experienced law enforcement officers who had little or no connection to Stephen Avery, unquote. After obtaining our first search warrant for the property, those teams set off shortly before 4 p.m. that Saturday afternoon, hoping to find signs of Teresa. Major storm was rolling in, and an enclosed trailer was on the way to transport Teresa's SUV to the crime lab in Madison, where it could be processed away from the elements and kept from the defense. I'm adding that, sorry. Tom ordered an officer to place a tarp over the SUV in case rain hit it before the trailer arrived. He wanted to prevent any evidence present on the outside of the vehicle, such as fingerprints or DNA, from being washed away. Okay, investigators, go look up what the weather was like on that day and see if there really was rain to put that tarp over there, or it wasn't to hide shit. He wanted to prevent any evidence present on the outside of the vehicle, such as fingerprints or DNA, from being washed away. And so the tarp was secured over the RAV4 until the winds picked up. He's so good. He's really painting this story. Winds. And of course, by me making that sound effect, my dogs go crazy. Now, fearing the shifting tarp might itself disturb the branches and other debris atop the car, Fassbender had the tarp removed. Oh, how convenient. So you only had to have a tarp over it for a little while, then taken off. Oh, okay. Hey! Of course, it was then, as Murphy's Law dictates, that it began to rain. Sheets of the stuff. Oh, so now you've ruined evidence. Despite Tom's unflinching decisiveness, things had gone to shit quickly. Language. Such naughty language. I'm offended. Meanwhile, sniffer dogs set to work, including Brutus, a well-behaved Belgian shepherd, part of the Great Lakes Search and Rescue Canine Group. Brutus was a cadaver dog, trained to detect the scent of human remains, more particularly decomposition, blood, bone, and tissue. When alive, each person in the world has their own unique odor, and live scent search dogs are typically given an article of the person's clothing or the missing person's clothing to smell. Cadaver dogs, in contrast, do not need clothing or anything else to complete their task, because they specialize in the smell we all share after death, the unmistakable aroma of decay. After scuffling to and fro, Brutus alerted on Teresa's RAV4. In that moment, our missing person case became a likely homicide, and everyone at the scene knew it. As evening fell, live scent and cadaver dogs zigzagged in and out of the sea of junked cars, hitting on dried bloodstains inside many of the vehicles, the result of crashes that had deposited them in this hopeless dump in the first place. How do you know? But as the search and rescue canine teams approached the Avery trailer, another dog, Bear, Stephen Avery's vicious German shepherd, growled and paced, preventing any searcher, two or four-legged, from getting anywhere near the burn pit located directly behind Avery's garage. With all the other areas to be searched that night, it didn't seem like a big deal. Anyway, any junkyard dog protects its turf. 3 days later, that burn pit is where we discovered Teresa Halbach's charred remains. What great investigators you are, that you let a dog stop your investigation, that you wouldn't have animal services come and take the dog away. It's raining, right? Don't you want to, oh my God, what could be in this fire? You want to preserve it? Oh, and how come he's not talking about that the dogs hid out in the quarry too? Next page. Starts chapter 3, titled The Victim. This is page 31 of 234. In Making a Murderer, viewers enjoyed a sweet glimpse of Stephen Avery. They saw baby pictures and snapshots of him as a gap-toothed kid, heard about how much he loved his wife, and how overjoyed he was by the birth of his twin boys. We didn't hear much about Teresa Halbach, the woman he murdered. That's fine. The series wasn't about Teresa. So this chapter then is all about him making up lies about Teresa Halbach. Do you want me to read the lies about Teresa Halbach that has nothing to do with the case, or skip to the case? So first answer on here will answer this. If you want to read, or if you want me to read where he's trying to make Teresa into a saint. Billy Joe says no. All right. Teresa was close to her sisters. Here he's talking about the Daisy Fuentes jeans and the lanyard her sister gave her. Teresa had dated Ryan Hilgas. Now talking about Auto Trader. Okay. But Teresa, it seemed, had caught the eye of one local man, divorced with 5 children, a criminal record, and a girlfriend who drank too much, Stephen Avery of Avery Road, Michigan. When he called Auto Trader at 8:12 a.m. on October 31st to make his Halloween Day appointment, Avery asked them to send the photographer who had been out there before. He wanted Teresa. Yeah, because she's the one that had been out there multiple times, a dozen times, did a good job. He's somebody that's in the press. He's a celebrity, according to Sweaty Sweat Sweat. So let's have the person I've already dealt with come. Yeah, that's really nefarious. Here he's talking about Auto Trader. You don't need a definition of what Auto Trader is. That day, Avery took steps to conceal himself. Unwilling to give his name or phone number to Auto Trader when booking the shoot, that's not true. He provided B Yonda as it's B Yonda in quotes, B Yonda as a contact name and a telephone number belonging to his sister, Barb Yonda. Because it was her fucking car. And the title is in her name. That's not hiding who he is. He'd recently convinced Barb. So here's what he's doing. He's trying to make it out now like this was all his plot. So let's make Barb sell her car so I can trick Teresa here. When there's 3,800 other cars there that he could have picked any of those and not involved his sister at all. He'd recently convinced Barb to list her red 1989 Plymouth Voyager for sale, despite the fact that she wasn't much interested in selling it. Lie. Barb wanted to sell it. Her boys didn't. Bobby didn't. The boys wanted that car for themselves as a car to drive around in. Barb wants the money. He promised to pay the $40 fee, set up the photo shoot, and take care of the whole process himself. No. It's because he's the one working at the salvage yard and dealt with other cars the salvage yard had sold. Barb's at work. Stephen would be there to handle it. So that's why. While on the road, Teresa left a message on Barb Yonda's voicemail, a tape of which was played at the beginning of episode 2 of Making a Murderer. Quote, turning the tables. Well, most of it. 5 seconds of the call disappeared, the part where Teresa says she's not sure where she's going. And so here's the message. Hello, this is Teresa with Auto Trader Magazine. I'm the photographer and just giving you a call to let you know that I could come out there today in the afternoon. It would probably be around 2 o'clock or even a little later. Again, it's Teresa. If you could please give me a call back and let me know if that'll work for you. Thank you. And now here's what he says is the unedited one. Hello, this is Teresa with Auto Trader Magazine. I'm the photographer and just giving you a call to let you know that I could come out there today in the afternoon. It will probably be around 2 o'clock or even a little later. But if you could please give me a call back and let me know if that'll work for you, because I don't have your address or anything, so I can't stop by without getting a call back from you. And my cell phone is blah. Again, it's Teresa, blah. Thank you. But wait a minute. So you're claiming that she didn't know where she was going, but then you're claiming that she didn't want to go to the Avery Brothers' place and that she had told Auto Trader that she was on her way to Avery's place. So how did she know that? I'm confused. And what about the message that went to the Zipperer home? When it was the Zipperer home that she wasn't sure where she was going. How come it doesn't say on there, hi, I'm calling for B. Yonda? Or I'm calling for Jason Zipperer? Why wouldn't it say those things? Teresa had taken pictures for Stephen Avery and his family before. In fact, she'd been out to the Avery place on 5 previous occasions. That 5th time, after phoning Teresa directly to set up the appointment on a 46-degree October 10th, Stephen Avery answered his door clad in only a towel. Didn't happen. Creepy, thought Teresa. She told friends and coworkers she didn't want to return. That's not true either. The fact that Teresa had been to the Avery property several times before was an important argument for the defense, and for their claim that Teresa knew exactly where she was going and who she was meeting with on the afternoon of October 31st. And it's true that by that afternoon, when Teresa spoke to Auto Trader's receptionist, Dawn Pliska, again, she had figured out that she was on her way to the salvage property of the Avery brothers. But Teresa had photographed cars for other members of the family at the Avery salvage property, including Tom Yonda, Barb's estranged husband. As Stephen wanted Teresa to know where she was going and the man she'd be meeting, why not use his own name instead of B. Yonda? Why not call Teresa directly on her cell phone to book the appointment, as was done just 3 weeks before on October 10th? He had the number, unless, as I strongly suspect, he realized that after the towel incident, she'd be unwilling to return. The towel incident didn't happen. B. Yonda is because bill of sale has to go in Barb's name. It's her vehicle. That's why. Simple as that. He's listing who owned the fucking car. Here's something else Making a Murderer didn't mention. Steve did call Teresa that day, twice early in the afternoon before Teresa's arrival, blocking his number using *67. And it's not like he blocked his cell number habitually. He did not use *67 for any, in italics, of the more than 12 other calls he made that day. The audience of Making a Murderer may not have heard this evidence, but the jury did, and they understood its significance. They heard the full, unedited voicemail message left at Barb Yonda's number, with Teresa saying she didn't know where she was headed, along with the evidence about Steve's call blocking. They understood that Stephen Avery was attempting to keep Teresa from knowing where she was going, and I have to go to the next page to continue. *67. He did that because he had forgotten that he wanted to sell a front loader, end loader, something like that. So after she had left, he was calling her to see if she could come back for that. And he *67'd it because if she didn't answer and was busy, it's like, this wasn't important. I'll do this another time. So he didn't want to call back. That's why. Who she'd be meeting with on her arrival. The man who'd enjoyed and even courted the spotlight in Wisconsin for so long after his spectacular exoneration, who couldn't stay out of the public eye. Yes, he could. Condemning cops and lawyers with relish. They put him in prison for 18 years for something he didn't do. Fucking A right, he's going to rip apart the police. Changing laws and shaking hands with politicians, judges, and reporters. Those people came to him wanting their picture with Steven Avery. Don't get it twisted. Now, for some reason, wanted to be a ghost. A spooky ghost at that. Wow, good thing it was Halloween. Teresa was off and on her phone all day before she arrived at the salvage yard. She screened calls, but if a message was left for her, she called back right away. Teresa regularly checked her voicemail messages, was almost obsessive about it, according to those who knew her well. But after her visit with Avery on the afternoon of October 31st, 2005, her phone was never used again. Cell records showed that 2:41 p.m. that day was the last time it was in service. Which cell records would that be, Sweaty Sweat Sweat? The one that you doctored? Oh, wait, you mean the one Ryan Hill got doctored? No? I don't know. It's so hard to keep track of cell records since you all changed them and edited shit out of her cell records. What tower did it hit off of? That same afternoon, witnesses smelled burning plastic and saw a fire coming from the burn barrel in front of Avery's house. Teresa's phone, camera, and PDA were recovered from the same burn barrel. Lie. Steven Avery's burn barrel. Lie. On Sunday, November 6th, making a murderer never mention the recovery of Teresa's burned electronics. The burn barrel out front was Barb's. The electronics were found in there were like ones that Teresa owned. No proof they were hers. And I believe one of them that was found burned in there was not even the same model of the one she had. Teresa kept all the boxes of the electronics she had with the receipts taped to the box. So it is known the exact items she had. So there were electronic devices in a burn barrel, and is that the burn barrel that got lost and then reappeared? So, yeah. Teresa may not have used her phone after her arrival at Avery Salvage, but Steven Avery called her one last time that day, late that afternoon at 4:35 p.m., 2 hours since her last call. And records prove her phone was already turned off and likely disabled. This time, however, he didn't bother with star 67. Why? Maybe because he knew she was already dead. Perhaps because he was standing over a burn barrel, calling the phone as it melted in the flames to be sure it had been successfully destroyed. Whatever the reason, he knew Teresa wasn't going to answer. He would float the story that Teresa never showed up for the photo shoot and stick with that story until around 5 p.m. on Thursday, November 3rd. This alibi call was Steven Avery's first attempt at misdirection. Now we're on to chapter 4, titled The Perpetrator, is page 38 of 234. Yes, in 1985, Steven Avery was convicted of a sexual assault and attempted murder that he did not commit. At some point, the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department either knew or should have known that they had the wrong man. They could have and should have worked harder to secure his release after uncovering compelling evidence of his innocence. Avery was entitled to compensation. He got it. $400,000 what he settled for in his lawsuit against the county. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. $400,000 for taking 18 years of his life, having him lose his wife and all of his children. Was entitled to compensation. He got it. He did not get a drop in the bucket of what was owed to him. That doesn't mean Avery was a Boy Scout. Far from it. Mr. Avery had been a busy, committed criminal and pervert Does it take one to know one? Raper? Since his teens years spent wandering among skeletons of condemned metal. That is to say, Avery's status as a suspect in the 1985 assault shocked few in law enforcement. He had a long rap sheet by then and a history of violence, especially against women. Prove it. Prove it. The redoubtable Stephen was a suspect in a Marinette County sexual assault that occurred around Memorial Day, 1985, not even 60 days before the Penny Bernstein assault. Oh, he was a suspect. Local police and sheriff squad cars were a common sight on Avery Road long before Teresa Halbach lost her life. The first we hear of Avery's history in making a murderer is from Avery himself. Quote, I really ain't got much on my record. 2 burglaries with my friends. We just rode around, get something to do. And we decided to rob a tavern, and that was the first time I got busted with them friends. Crawled into the bar through the broken window to steal $14 in quarters and 2 6-packs of Pabst beer and 2 cheese sandwiches, unquote. Hey, that's not so bad. He was probably hungry. What Stephen in Making a Murderer don't tell you is that it wasn't a simple matter of crawling in through a broken window to get beer and sandwiches. In fact, Avery ripped a board off the tavern window, went inside and vandalized the business, breaking things, smashing bottles, and spreading charcoal around on the floor and on the pool table, causing hundreds of dollars of damage. He'd been convicted of another burglary as a minor, but those records are sealed. Prove it. Prove Stephen did those things in the tavern. Prove it. And you're bringing up a sealed record? For shame. Next up in Making a Murderer is an unfortunate incident with a cat in 1982. Quote, another mistake I did, I had a bunch of friends over and we were fooling around with the cat. And I don't know, they were kind of negging it on and I tossed him over the fire and he lit up. You know, it was the family cat. I was young and stupid and hanging around with the wrong people, unquote. Actually, on that September day, Avery suggested burning a cat alive. He and his buddies built a bonfire. Stephen doused the cat in gas and oil before the stricken animal was thrown onto the fire. It jumped off and ran around the yard, still ablaze, until Avery caught the cat and applied additional fuel before it died. No mistake or hanging around with the wrong people. This was intentional, sadistic animal cruelty. Nope. Pete Dassey, Brendan's father, is the one that threw the cat into the fire. Stephen was there. Stephen dumped gasoline on the cat. Pete Dassey is the one that burned the cat. And Stephen took the blame for it. Not cool. I don't like it one bit. If I'm at a bonfire and somebody goes to do that to a cat, I'm going to punch him in the fucking face. But that's not true. Another lie from Sweaty Sweat Sweat. Perhaps the most shocking and shockingly edited episode in Avery's criminal history is his encounter with his second cousin, Sandra Morris, in the winter of 1985. In Making a Murderer, we hear that Sandra was picking on Stevie. Quote, Steve, can you tell me in your own words why you ran Sandy off the road and pointed a gun at her? Because she was spreading rumors that I was on the front lawn and on the road bare ass, and she was telling everybody about it, and it wasn't true, unquote. The incident itself is described via a recorded interview between Avery and a law enforcement officer. Quote, I seen her come by, and then I went down the road, and I just pulled alongside of her. And when we hit, and she went into, and then we hit, and she went into a little skid. Was your gun loaded? No, it was empty. The shells were at home, unquote. Here's the complete story, not available on Netflix. Avery had been in the habit of standing on the road outside his property early in the morning and exposing himself to Sandra Morris when she drove by on her way to work. Prove it. Morris didn't report the incidents. A neighbor did. And, a neighbor? And when police contacted Morris to confirm and file the official report, she was reluctant to get him in trouble because she said he was family. She mentioned to the officer that she'd told Steve's father about the problem and was hopeful it might stop on its own without involving law enforcement. At 5:30 a.m. on the day in question, as Sandy Morris drove along Old Highway Y, a car rushed up behind her. The vehicle pulled alongside as if to pass and then rammed into the side of her car, forcing it off the road. Do we have any pictures of this rammed car? Sandy jumped out of her car, as did the other driver, an angry Stephen Avery, brandishing a rifle. He pointed the gun at Sandy and ordered her to get in his car. She begged Stephen not to shoot her and told him she wasn't alone. She had her infant daughter in the car to be dropped off with Sandy's parents on the way to work. Quote, she'll freeze to death, unquote, Sandy said. She asked him to let her go and drop off her daughter, promising that afterwards she would come back and he could do whatever he wanted. Keeping the gun pointed at his cousin, Avery peered inside. After verifying that her baby was indeed in the vehicle, he let Sandy go, but followed her down the road for a while before turning around and roaring back toward home. When Morris got to her parents' place, she called 911. When police arrived at Avery's, they asked about the rifle. Stephen had hidden it under the bed of one of his sleeping children. Cops found a live round in the icy rifle's chamber. Oh my God, his adjectives. I mean, what a storyteller. The gun, of course, was not empty after all. How do you know that was the actual rifle? Stephen Avery pled guilty to felony reckless endangerment, and a judge sentenced him to 6 years in prison, years that would end up being served concurrently with his sexual assault sentence. When you hear about the 18 years he served for a crime he didn't commit, please remember that 6 of those 18 years were served for a crime he did. Sandra Morris was going around town telling people that when she would drive to work, that Stephen was out in his front yard having sex with his wife. So she was going around blabbing that to everybody. Wasn't true. Stephen got pissed. All right. Avery's history of domestic violence against his young wife, Lori, Lori was older than Stephen. Stephen didn't have a young daughter, sister, child bride, like some raper we all know. So nice trying there again of painting this picture of Stephen being some kind of predator against his young wife, Lori, who was actually older than he was. Is also well documented going back to the early 80s. He choked, hit, and punched her. He once found her in a battered women's shelter and had to be forcibly removed. Lori firmly believes that if Stephen hadn't been sent to prison in 1985, he'd have killed her. If you've seen Making a Murderer, you know that after Stephen's 1985 incarceration in the Penny Bernstein case, Lori received hate-filled and threatening letters from him, including promises to kill and mutilate Lori upon his release, and drawings of how he would do it. Lori, Stephen felt, wasn't bringing their 5 children to see him in prison often enough, and had said she wanted a divorce. I don't know if he's going to get to it, but what about the letters from Lori saying he's never going to see his kids and she's taking his kids from him, and where she threatens to kill the children because she's pissed that he's gone and she has to take care of these kids herself and she doesn't want to, so she's going to kill her kids. How come you're not talking about those letters? that Stephen got. And then Stephen's pissed off at her for threatening to kill their children. Okay. You also heard Stephen claim that Lori took the kids away from me. The real story, however, is that Circuit Court Judge Fred Hazelwood ordered Stephen Avery to have no visitation rights and be only allowed monitored letters and phone contact with his children, even while he was incarcerated. Why? Because some of the letters he'd sent were addressed directly to his kids and contained missives like, "I hate mom, she will pay," "I will get you when I'm out," and "Daddy will get mom when daddy gets out." Where are Lori's letters? Of Stephen, Hazelwood said, the kind of threats he made to his wife, not simply a threat to kill her, but this grandiose mutilation type scheme, the drawings and everything else indicate that this is not simply a thought of an instant. This is something that he has brooded over for some period of time and has not been able to deal with in any effective manner, unquote. And, quote, he has huge anger. He has real potential to harm people, unquote. Even when the no contact order was later lifted, only one of Stephen's 5 children, a teenage daughter, appeared at the prison to greet him upon his release. He's really not giving you all the facts here. Next up is Stephen Avery and Jody Stokowski, a Wisconsin love story. The relationship was depicted in Making a Murderer as a tender one that only unraveled during the Hallback investigation. It was, you might think, and now I'm going to talk while eating. It was, you might think, watching the series, yet another casualty of the corrupt criminal justice system. In fact, Stokowski suffered near constant emotional and physical abuse at the hands of Stephen Avery during their 2 years together. Prove it. In September of 2004, after, now I'm choking as I'm trying to do this. In September of 2004, I guess I can't eat and talk. Officers made contact with a very frightened Jody Stokowski. When they asked what had happened, Jody, looking backward toward the truck where Stephen was sitting, said she couldn't tell them right now. Once she was further away, she reported that Stephen Avery had assaulted her in their trailer, hit and strangled her. Avery himself confirmed the two had been fighting over Jody's whereabouts and failure to answer her phone, but insisted that he'd only pushed Jody down. Ms. Stokowski declined to write a formal statement, and the deputies filed the matter under the heading Family Fight, simply charging Stephen with an ordinance violation of disorderly conduct and allowing him to pay a small fine. How many times was Jody arrested for being drunk? So, whatever. So there's a little picture over here on the side, which is one of Stephen's letters to Lori. So on the side, it says, I will when I get out. Then it over says, Carl better not be watching my kids. And then it says, hi, honey, I will kill you. Ha ha. And then is something blocked out, or is this just, I guess this is just a line. You can something around and slept with, and then name blocked. And I ain't to say nothing. He was 15 years old, right? Yes. I got it in a letter, and I had the letters ropes done today. It cost me $15. I get proof with name blocked and Ricky and Joe and Randy. I'm use the letters and the pictures against you. Ha ha, Lori. You can go and fool around, but you can't give it to your husband. I always have to work for it all the time, right? I love you, but you should love me too. Welfare will take the kids away. Fuck you if you don't bring up my kids. I will kill you. I don't know if I should justify that or not, because I could. All right. In interviews with officers during the time Making a Murderer was being filmed in 2005 and 2006, Jodi detailed other incidents. Once, Avery choked her until she blacked out. And when she came to, she was on the floor, Avery trying to drag her out the front door of the trailer. Was she drunk when she remembers this? That how did she black out? Was she drunk? In Making a Murderer, we see a spliced together clip of this very interview, but none of the footage is of Jodi discussing her abuse. Jodi's abuse by Stephen was confirmed by neighbors and family. Avery often threatened to kill Jodi if she left him, just as he threatened his ex-wife, Lori, before and during their divorce in the 1980s. Jodi is a drunken idiot. So everything she says, it's suspect. I'm sorry. Then there are the rape allegations. In 1982 or 1983, while living with his wife, Lori, Steve is said to have attacked their 19-year-old babysitter, J.A.R., in his home, holding the victim's hands over her head and raping her. If she breathed a word of the assault to anyone, he promised he would kill her and her family. This witness didn't tell her story until Avery had already been charged with murder, and naturally some people believe it is part of the multi-layered conspiracy against Avery. Another incident, however, might be harder to dismiss. No, it's not hard to dismiss, because everybody, the kooks come out and want to claim things for whatever time in the spotlight. So prove it. That's why, just prove it. In the summer of 2004, Stephen Avery, 42, allegedly raped his 17-year-old niece, M.A. That would be Marie Avery that he's referring to there, in his sister Barb's trailer. Now, Stephen and Marie talk to this day. So, and Marie is Earl's stepdaughter. So, okay, that's all I'm going to say on that. True to form, Avery threatened to kill the teenage female relative and her family if she reported the assault, which again, he still talks to Marie to this day. The rape was initially reported to authorities by the girl's mother. Candy hated Stephen. The girl herself only agreed to cooperate with prosecutors after Avery was safely locked up for the Hallback murder the following fall. Jodi Stokowski told law enforcement that Avery justified having intercourse with Marie by saying they were not actually blood relatives, as Marie had been adopted by one of Stephen Avery's siblings. The rape case proceeded to be prosecuted by John Zukowski of the Brown County DA's office, but was put on hold pending the results of Avery's murder trial. After the murder conviction of 2007, the DA, in consultation with the victim, decided not to subject the girl to the additional ordeal of a rape trial and closed the case. Do you think maybe it's because Marie never wanted this ever, and it was a vendetta that her mother, Candy LaFlash, had against Stephen? By the time of his arrest in the Hallback case, Law enforcement had chronicled years of abusive and even what experts would later identify as typically sociopathic behavior by the explosive Steven Avery. Animal abuse is often exhibited by those who later turn their violence toward humans. So, what happens when you rape your clients? What is that an exhibit of? Rumors of inappropriate conduct between Avery family members themselves didn't surprise any of the cops or prosecutors. But rumors aside, what was known for certain was that although Steven Avery had turned out to be innocent in the Bernstein assault, he was still a dangerous and criminally savvy alum of the Wisconsin prison system. When I think of Steven Avery, the word savvy instantly jumps to my mind. The Steven Avery we had known for years bore little resemblance to the soft-spoken and polite character that would be introduced to the world in Making a Murderer. From the bleak, clattering Manitowoc County Jail, both Steven Avery and Brendan Dassey made regular phone calls after their arrests, mostly to Avery family members, in which they discussed speculations, strategies, and often contradicted statements made earlier to law enforcement investigators. Steven used the phone to attempt to manipulate his family, directing them to talk to Brendan about not taking a plea agreement, complaining that they weren't trying hard enough to post his bond or weren't following his directions regarding defense strategy. Like most prisoner calls to the outside world, they were collect calls and expensive. What Pa Avery complained were $9 a minute. Those calls provided a window into the two men's personalities, and Making a Murderer makes frequent use of them in its 10 episodes, culling snippets and playing them back accompanied by subtitles. The calls are a spectacular storytelling mechanism for the show, by turns chilling, pathetic, sorrowful, funny, and infuriating. Filmmakers Laura Riccardi and Moira Demos came up with their unique jailhouse phone call approach after prison officials prevented them from visiting or filming Steven in prison. Ironically, the voice of Steven Avery was often captured on a jailhouse phone in the days before and just after Teresa Halbach disappeared while he was a free man. His fiancée, Jody Stokowski, was in the local lockup, serving a 7-month sentence for her fifth DUI conviction. Many Making a Murderer viewers wondered if Avery knew his jailhouse calls were being recorded. Of course he knew. He's a seasoned convict, a guy who knows how jails operate. Before each and every call is connected, a mechanical voice warns the inmate and call recipient that they are being monitored and recorded. Standard operating procedure on any tier in any corrections facility nationwide. In fact, Steven Avery used the jail calls to shore up his defense and float theories for later use. He is acutely aware of being recorded as the news breaks that Teresa Halbach is missing. While speaking to Jody on November 4th, 2005, Steven tries to establish an alibi. I called Teresa after she left that day, he tells Jody, quote, and I wondered why she didn't have her phone turned on, unquote. Wait. That's not the whole phone call. How dare you only put 2 sentences? Because you have all kinds of problems that the Netflix Making a Murderer didn't include every single syllable of every single thing that ever did in all the years of this case. So why did you only put 2 sentences of that phone call? Why aren't we seeing the entire 20-minute call? That's weird. Perhaps the most evidentially relevant are the calls between Jody and Steven the day of the murder itself, October 31st, 2005. At 5:37 p.m., after Teresa is either dead, lying lifeless in the rear cargo area of her Toyota RAV4, which makes 0 sense on why he would put her in her car, or still tied up at the Avery property, Jody places her regular late afternoon call from the local jail. Sounds of Stephen spitting are interrupted with groans and the occasional quote, as he is pretending to listen, but the multitasking killer is clearly on autopilot as he continues his conversation with Jody. As I listened to the call, considering what had just occurred or might still be occurring, I found its casual nature unsettling. Stephen talks about his new big TV and having brought his Jeep and snowmobile home from Crivets. Oh, yeah, see, we're spilling the tea, right? So if he's just murdered a chick, why is he making that kind of chit chat at all? Why wouldn't he go, I don't have time for this? No, he's just going to talk to her while some dead person. At about 9 p.m., Jody calls again. Stephen, by that time, is preoccupied. In the background, a police scanner chirps, undoubtedly to warn Avery in case Teresa is reporting missing, and police begin a search for the photographer. Oh, shit. I can't tell you how many times I've had a police scanner on. So, and somebody that lives out in the boonies in Wisconsin and has a business where you're going to tow wrecks for the police department. Yeah, that's really odd that he'd be listening to see if there was a wreck and that he needed to get the wrecker and go pick it up. Okay. His admission to Jody that he brought Brendan over here to help me foreshadows the statement Brendan Dassey would make to law enforcement officers 4 months later, that he helped his uncle tidy up the crime scene, helped hide the victim's SUV on the salvage property, and helped dispose of the victim's body in the fire. Wait, but he also said they raped her. But you're not mentioning that. Why aren't you saying they raped her? Because you said they raped her. And they punched her, and they cut her hair, and they cut her throat, and shot her. Now, most important is Avery's talk of the fire itself. Making a Murderer never mentions that in his early interviews with law enforcement, Stephen Avery denies having had a fire the night of October 31st. That's because originally when he was talking to them, he doesn't remember what night was night. So he doesn't know the day Teresa was there, had he had a fire that night or not, because he was going to have a fire one night and he got into an argument with Barb because he had told Barb that her kids were never going to amount to anything. And also, he wanted Bobby Dassey to stop selling pot at the salvage yard. And she got pissed at him and wouldn't let Brendan go over to the fire that night. So he's not sure because Teresa being at his place that day was of no real importance to him that you would remember if that's the night you had the fire or you didn't. Many witnesses will see the fire and testify at trial 15 months later. But when officers first ask Avery what he did the night of Halloween, he says he was home alone in bed. In fact, Avery not only doesn't mention the fire, he denies even having a burn pit and eventually allows that he has one, but that nothing has been burned in it for 2 weeks. Brendan doesn't mention the fire in his first interview either, and Stephen doesn't mention that Brendan was over that night at all. Why not mention the fire if there was nothing suspicious about it? Because he didn't remember at first that was the night that there was the fire. What's more, if you were being interviewed as the last person known to have seen a missing woman, well, no, at that time you thought Zipper was the last person or so it would be Joellen Zipper would have been the last person to see her. Why would you give home alone in bed as your alibi if you had a teen nephew as an alibi witness? Yeah, why wouldn't you? You cracked the case, Kratzy. Because he didn't know that was the night of the fire. Surely it would have been easier to say, quote, I was home cleaning out the garage and having a bonfire. Ask my nephew Brendan, he'll tell you, unquote. Granted, you might not want to mention a burn pit if you knew the bones of the 25-year-old woman you'd killed were in there waiting to be recovered by the cops. Prove those are her bones. What's so important, in my view, is what Stephen does not tell Jody during these calls on the day of Teresa Halbach's disappearance. Usually, no detail is too mundane to warrant a mention between Stephen and Jody. And yet, Stephen never once lets on that a photographer was there to take pictures of a van or that he himself had secured her attendance that same morning. He certainly doesn't mention that he had taken off work that entire afternoon. In his words, was the first time, presumably to complete the brief transaction with Ms. Halbach. In the days immediately following the murder, Stephen talked about having used a rug doctor to shampoo all the carpets in his trailer. And Jody suggests that he clean the inside of the rug shampoo machine, a task that Stephen hadn't thought of until his talk with his fiance. He then says he may even take this rug doctor back to a local home improvement store and trade it in for a new one, but not until the media announcement on November 4th that she is still missing. Will Stephen and Jody discuss Teresa's visit 4 days prior? Any law enforcement investigator will tell you that consciousness of guilt can be shown through what a suspect says, but also what he does not say. Mentions that arise only belatedly when events would more typically be discussed on the day they occur. How many rugs, how much carpeting was in that trailer? And do we have to go through and look at those pictures now and go see how clean those rugs were? On October 30th, 2005, the day before Teresa's last that you know of, Avery, his voice angry and taut, speaks with Jody several times. He is obsessing over whether Jody has somehow betrayed him by getting a job without his permission. She hasn't. He's determined to control all aspects of his fiance's life, even while she's locked up. He fixates on how much of his money Jody spends, rages over the size of his phone bill, bloated by expensive jailhouse calls. He monitors Jody's commissary purchases, her clothing allowance, and bitches about the number of cigarettes she smokes. Why does Stephen care about Jody having a job? She's a drunk who can't drive. There's no Uber. So he had to drive her drunk ass around places. And he's got a job that he worked very hard at. And again, Sweaty Sweat Sweat isn't giving us the entire call. Because there's also when Jody is talking about she wants this piece of jewelry and she wants that, and Stephen is saying, no, there are bills to pay, her bills, that he's now stuck paying. And so Stephen cares more about getting bills paid, debt paid, than her getting a ring from Walmart or whatever the hell it was. So, and he doesn't smoke, didn't like her smoking. In a call early that Sunday evening, Jody casually mentions showering that day after lunch. Avery doesn't hear her say after lunch. He is sure Jody said she showered after work. Not a big deal, right? On the contrary. Over the next several hours, in repeated phone calls between the two, Avery continues to browbeat Jody, demanding to know where she works. Jody has no job. She's locked up. And she explains that obvious fact over and over, that she's jobless and she simply showered after lunch. I have a drunk-ass brother-in-law in Wisconsin, arrested on multiple DUIs. He would go into jail, but they would allow him to leave each day and go to work. And then he would just have to report back to the jail at night to sleep there. I will continue. Jody having an income not controlled by Stephen would be unacceptable. And so the shouting match goes on and on. You said after work, Avery sees. I said after lunch'll. Because he likes to pick on people. So when you see a typo, you have to point it out. So, or maybe that's supposed to be, okay, that's supposed to be an exclamation point that just looks like an L. Lovely. So I heard you say after work. You heard me wrong. I said after lunch. Where do you work? Shut up. Where do you work? Avery pummels his fiance with questions about her non-existent job more than 10 times in the space of a couple of minutes. The argument ends with Avery threatening not to accept calls from Jody for a week. If you want to keep pushing my fucking buttons and piss me off like that again, then you know what will happen, he warns. Yeah, he won't take her calls. I've listened to hundreds of hours of Avery phone calls. Stalker much? And reviewed written reports of hundreds more hours I didn't have time to hear personally. One thing has become crystal clear. Stephen Avery cares about one person in this world, Stephen Avery. Not true. He cares about his parents. And the rest of the world's population, immediate family included, are given Stephen's time and attention only to the extent that they can help him. What family are you talking about? The family that said he was guilty? That family? After serving her 7 months on the drunk driving charge, Jody Stokowski leaves the Manitowoc County Jail in March of 2006. Stephen is himself now in the Calumet County Jail awaiting trial on the Hallback murder charge. And Jody is reluctant to continue living on the salvage compound with Avery's family. Sure didn't look that way. Calls between Jody and Stephen turn chilly and even more contentious. Soon their relationship will dissolve. Why did it dissolve? Is it because she's now on parole, she is not allowed within X amount of feet of Stephen. And they were in the same place at the same time in custody, passing each other, and they went after her. They told her she couldn't be by him. That's why. Nearly 10 years later, in January of 2016, where I'll add, And Making a Murderer is a huge success, Jody Stokowski gave an interview for the Nancy Grace Show on the HLN network, describing the terror she lived with during her relationship with Stephen Avery. She was so, so terrified. According to Jodi, she approached the Making a Murderer filmmakers before the series aired, asking that her comments in their documentary be removed because they were all lies, the product of Avery's threats and manipulation. Stevens said she'd pay if she did not participate in the movie project, eventually to become the Netflix series, and say good and nice things about him. Jodi invited anyone who didn't believe her to listen to the recorded jailhouse phone calls in which Avery threatened her and demanded her continued cooperation. Let's hear them, Kratzy. I want to hear them. I want to hear everything that Jodi said. Bring it on. And you know what? You listen to hours and hours and hours. How come you never heard Steven say he was guilty? Oh, it's because he's so savvy, right? That's why he's never once said anything to point to him being guilty. Like Steven's ex-wife, Lori, Jodi feels lucky to have gotten out of her relationship with Avery alive. Where do you get that from, Lori? He's not innocent, she said in the interview, no longer willing to cover for her ex, who has been locked up long enough for her to recover a sense of safety. Meaning between being in jail for being drunk. After his wrongful conviction, she explained, Steven believed all bitches owed him. Jodi believes that Teresa was just unlucky enough to have been standing there when Steven decided to collect on his debt. Now we're on to chapter 5, which is titled The Blood, and we are on page 53 out of 234. Blood. A centerpiece of countless murder cases as evidentiary linchpin. And so it was that blood, his own and that of the victim, landed Steven Avery in prison for life. Blood can be a boring subject. The science surrounding it makes most people's eyes glaze over, including mine. Sometimes. And juries can fall asleep during blood. Why would you put blood in quotes? Blood testimony by experts who work with blood every day, who analyze it, trying to determine what its presence means when people die at the hands of others. But blood does not lie. But the people putting it there do. Sorry, let me correct myself. Blood tells truths. Incontrovertible truths of the same sort told by DNA testing. I'd be willing to take a blood oath to that effect. If you want to truly understand the case against Steven Avery and how and why his defense lawyers tried so desperately to manipulate the blood evidence, you must wrap your arms around the complexities of blood, spatter, EDTA, DNA, and so on. Please understand, as I take you through this blood story, no pun intended, that blood, what it represents, and the information we can glean from it has come a long way since OJ was riding down LA freeways in his white Ford Bronco. How many times has he got to mention OJ? So here we go. Fully visible smears and drops of blood were found in Teresa Halbach's RAV4. On the front passenger seat, the driver's seat, the floor near the center console, on a CD case, on the dashboard near the ignition, on a panel between the rear door and cargo area, and pooled on the inside wall of the cargo area itself. If you watched Making a Murderer, you probably came away regarding the blood evidence in a sinister, nefarious light, as proof of a conspiracy, blood that two dedicated Manitowoc Sheriff's deputies with spotless records had sneaked into that SUV and squeezed droplets of blood from a purple-topped vial stashed in their pockets. Well, folks, the explanation for how that blood ended up in the RAV4 is far simpler. Some of it came from Teresa when she was shoved into the cargo area of her own SUV, as Avery tried to figure out how to dispose of her body. So, in both Stephen and Brendan's cases, Teresa was shot in the garage. That's how, then they plant that magic bullet, right? Why would you then put her in the back of her vehicle? If you're trying to decide what to do with that, you would just leave her in the garage. Why would you move her into her own vehicle? That makes zero sense. Well, folks, the explanation for, I already read that. And some of that blood dripped from a deep cut on the right middle finger of Teresa Halbach's killer, one Stephen Allen Avery. Dun, dun, dun! After Brutus alerted on the SUV, signaling to his handler that human remains, most likely blood, were present inside the locked car, the vehicle was transported to Madison for processing. Beginning November 6th, evidence techs in Madison at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab photographed bloodstains, collected samples, and ran preliminary tests. These first tests determined the blood was human, both male and female. The male blood obviously didn't belong to Teresa. Was it Avery's? Did the female blood belong to Teresa? Answers to these two questions obviously were central to the case. And after further testing, it would become indisputable that the answer to both questions was yes. I object. Teresa's blood was found in the rear cargo area. According to experts, the blood pattern showed that this was where her bloodied hair had rested against the side panel. Crime lab experts Stephen's blood in 6 places in the victim's car. For a minute, let's discuss blood pattern evidence. It was the way the blood was deposited in the SUV that enabled the experts and ultimately the jury to decide how the blood got there. This would become critical after the defense alleged that crooked cops planted Stephen Avery's blood from a vial found in the clerk's office. Was the blood observed in the SUV consistent with this planting theory, or was the pattern of bloodstains more complicated, suggesting other specific human mechanisms? Nick Stolke, Wisconsin Crime Lab expert, testified that the different bloodstains attributable, trying to do his big words while eating, to Stephen Avery had been left in different ways. Specifically, the stain on the driver's seat and stain located in the rear cargo area were both passive droplets. That's the dripping kind of blood deposit you might expect to find on your counter or your floor at home, as gravity causes the blood to fall to the surface. Nothing complicated there. And those 2 stains didn't exclude the planting theory. I'm doing this every time now, planting, because it's just like, I don't get all these words in constant quotes. But it was important to have shown them to the jury for comparison. For one thing, Stephen Avery had a cut on his finger. This actively bleeding cut is where those droplets of blood came from. Proof it was actively bleeding. And then here's the picture of the cut on Stephen's finger. That looks pretty scabbed up, but it's actively bleeding, I guess. Avery's blood recovered from a CD case from a contact transfer stain, meaning that the part of Avery's body that was bleeding, his right middle finger, came into contact with the CD case and left the stain. There was also a contact transfer stain on the front passenger seat cushion. Perhaps the most recognizable blood stain from the entire trial was the blood of Steven Avery swiped across the victim's dash near her ignition in a motion that was consistent with turning a car key. No, it was consistent with a Q-tip. Or, sorry, I should say cotton swab. Salke was able to explain to the jury how Steven Avery's actively bleeding finger caused the stain pattern. The bloody finger makes contact with the ignition area and leaves the swipe of blood as it moves across the surface. I can honestly say I have not a single time ever, when putting the key into my ignition and turning it, hit my finger onto my dash. Ever. Investigators found similar stains in similar driver's seat locations in Steven's own car. Man, he just bleeds and bleeds and bleeds. Think about all of this for a second. Would cops plant droplets of blood in one area of the RAV4, then plant contact transfer blood on the CD case, ignition area, and elsewhere? Yep. Why? Artistic whim? How could they guarantee that Steve would have a cut on his finger, providing the source for the actively bleeding stains? Well, when did you find that? And when did you see that Steven had a cut? The DNA testing that determined that the blood belonged to Steven Avery was performed by Crime Lab Unit Chief Sherry Big Hair Culhane. Coincidentally, she's the same analyst who tested the pubic hair sent to the lab with fingernail scrapings in 2003, matching one to Gregory Allen and winning Avery his freedom. Oh my God, she is the best. Thank you, Sherry Culhane. It wasn't the Innocence Project. It was all her. Humanitarian. We should have put her in for a Nobel Peace Prize. Questioned during the trial by Milwaukee County Assistant District Attorney Norm Gahn, who himself holds a master's degree in forensic science, Culhane explained her work in the Avery case. How ironclad was the evidence that the blood in question was Steven's? Gahn: did you arrive at a statistical number for this profile that would reflect how often and how rare or how common this profile would be in the population? Culhane: yes, I did. Gahn: and could you explain to the jurors what that statistic is? Big Hair: this number tells me that the probability of another unrelated random person in the population having the same profile as the evidence samples that we just talked about is 1 person in 4 quintillion in the Caucasian population. Was this before or after she sneezed on it? Or coughed on it? Which was it? Sneeze, cough? Gone. And does that statistic also apply to the other blood stains that you found in the RAV4 that were attributable to Steven Avery? Big Hair: yes, it does. As you can imagine, especially in our post-OJ world, do you want his autograph or something, dude? This presented a major stumbling block for the defense. Arguing that the blood didn't belong to their client wasn't possible. Instead, they'd have to explain how it got in the victim's vehicle. They would argue it was planted. On or before July 20th, 2006, the defense team learned that a box was present in the Manitowoc County Clerk of Circuit Court's office, purportedly containing a vial of Steven Avery's blood. They used the existence of this vial to begin developing their planting defense, essentially the centerpiece of their representation of Steven Avery. No, it was a total shock when they opened that to see it like that. And they not knowing what we all know now, that that hole in the top is standard. They don't have schooling on forensic science. So they thought the same thing we all thought when we were watching that is, oh my God, this blood's been tampered with. So no, that was a genuine shock and couldn't believe it. And again, going with the boy who cried wolf, when you've shown yourself to be suspicious and you've shown yourself to plant evidence, like you're going to draw his what are you doing, dog? You're going to draw his now she's pushing me. Draw his arrest picture, his lineup picture, or whatever the frick you want to call it. You'll do anything. You'll resort to anything. So that vial of blood had been drawn in 1996 during Avery's assault appeal, and after being used to develop Avery's DNA profile, it was returned to the clerk's office where it sat for a decade. Through the post-conviction motions and hearings that exonerated Avery of the 1985 sexual assault and attempted murder of Penny Bernston. How come they didn't give that blood to the Bernston family? They kept it in evidence. But I thought you're supposed to give that to the victim's family, like they did with Teresa's alleged bones that weren't her bones, because they're not even human bones, because they were at the gravel pit. So we're not going to talk about those. But we'll give it to the Halbach family. So, that's weird that that blood didn't go to the Bernston family. Avery's defense team asked the Making a Murderer filmmakers to film the vial's location and condition. Under no obligation to advise the state of the existence of this explosive potential evidence, Riccardi and Demos waited for the defense attorneys to disclose the evidence, which they would not do for another 5 months. If Riccardi and Demos were asked by the defense attorneys to film the evidence in July 2006, and the attorneys were confident that the filmmakers would not share this major event with the prosecution, it seemed clear to me that these two film students, that's what they called themselves back then, though they were known around town and in local media as the Avery PR team, so what, were not so much impartial chroniclers of the trial process as they were involved in the process themselves as an investigative or technical resource for the defense. When I discovered that they knew about the blood, had assisted with its documentation, and were even interviewing potential trial witnesses, I had to wonder, what else did they discover and likely share with the defense attorneys that the state had not provided? I wanted to see their video and have the same access to this information granted the defense. The defense didn't have their dailies. What are you thinking here? And also the state was present when the blood vial was opened. So everybody was there together. This is stupid. I filed a motion in the circuit court for Manitowoc County asking the judge to order Riccardi and Demos to turn over all the video and audio of phone calls, relevant face-to-face interviews of witnesses, and the footage of their clerk of court's recordings from August 2006. All information highly relevant to the prosecution of Steven Avery. Through their attorney, Robert Dvorak, the same Robert Dvorak featured in episode 10 of Making a Murderer as lead counsel for Brendan Dassey's post-conviction defense team. I love Steven Dvorak. I've met him a couple times, and I just name dropped that. Wow. And boy, does that guy hate Kratz. Hates him. Because of how he abused the law and abused ethics. And oh, does he hate the Reid technique. Okay, anyway. The filmmakers objected and asked that the judge quash the subpoena, claiming they had no evidence the state didn't already have, and that they had never shared any of their materials with the defense attorneys. Avery himself believed the filmmakers were on his team, telling a friend during a recorded jail call that they were giving everything they found to his lawyers, citing First Amendment law, a high hurdle that prosecutors in this position regularly failed to clear, the court agreed. Well, I tried. Just because Stephen says something doesn't make it so. Oh my God. But back to that blood vial. In episode 4 of Making a Murderer, we see one of Avery's defense attorneys, Jerry Buting, arrive at the clerk's office to examine the box containing the vial of blood. It only became evidence the day the defense team said they intended to use that blood as the source of blood in Teresa's SUV. We see close shots of the broken seal on the box that contained the blood vial. We do not hear that the seal was broken in the presence of Avery's own Innocence Project defense team in 2002 in a meeting to review the available physical evidence for retesting in pursuit of his eventual exoneration. Well, did they know that at that time that's what it was from? Or did they just see something that hasn't been properly maintained? Because anytime you break a seal, it then has to have reinitialed of when it's been sealed and by whom. So I don't care if it was the Innocence Project or the governor or, Tom Hanks that opened it. Tom Hanks, the nicest man on the planet. It was done improperly. You broke the chain of custody. We hear Mr. Buting enthuse about a tiny little hole just about the size of a hypodermic needle seen in the cap of the vial. Later in the episode, we hear him say that he contacted LabCorp, which had performed the tests on the blood in the vial, and the LabCorp said they don't do that. Poke holes in the rubber stopper. It is a red letter day for the defense, he says. Making a Murderer presents all of this in dramatic fashion. We do not hear that the hole in the top of the tube was actually made by a nurse when the blood was first collected from Stephen Avery, not from some phantom police conspirator. This is how all blood gets into collection tubes, as you are probably aware if you have ever had blood drawn yourself. LabCorp would simply open the tube to get at the blood for testing. But to get the blood in there in the first place after drawing it from Stephen Avery, nurse Marlene Krantz poked a hole in the vacuum-fed tube with a needle. She swore out a statement to this effect and would have testified at trial if required. However, once it became clear that the hole was standard and completely innocent, the defense abandoned the hole as proof of tampering angle to the extent that her testimony wasn't needed at all. The filmmakers, of course, knew this, but chose to omit the innocent explanation and leave the more exciting red letter day tampering proof to stand instead. Finally, before I go to that, because they were filming what happened as it happened. You don't find out until much later about the vial, and they abandon it. Yeah, they abandon it because they find out that, okay, no, that theory is wrong. So we're not going to go there because we don't have any reason to. Simple. Finally, in that same episode, a gleeful Jerry Buting tells the camera, quote, "So we looked around and one guy's name just kept coming up over and over and over every place we looked at critical moments, and that was Lieutenant James Lank. Lank is the guy who finds the key in the bedroom on the 7th entry, supposedly in plain view. Lank is deposed just 3 weeks before this Hallback disappearance. And then, most peculiar of all, is when we looked in Stephen's old 1985 case file in the clerk's office. Some items from the court file ultimately proved to exonerate Stephen. Interestingly enough, and now they have this in all bold here, the transmittal form that goes with the evidence in 2002 to the crime lab is filled out by none other, at that time, Detective Sergeant James Lank. And I said to myself, whoa, this is starting to sound more than just coincidental," unquote. Innocence Project lawyers never asked for the Avery blood vial to be sent to the crime lab in 2002. Only fingernail scrapings and hairs needed to be transported and tested. By 2002, Avery's DNA profile had already been developed by the lab, and therefore his blood didn't need to be sent to any lab again. This profile would be verified by and I don't know how to pronounce this word, buccal swab, taken of Avery in 2003. A buccal swab is a non-invasive way of collecting a person's DNA by swabbing the inside of their cheek with what looks like a Q-tip. Can't just say Q-tip, you got to say cotton swab. In short, the suggestion that Lenk signed a transmittal form sending the vial of blood to the crime lab is simply untrue. Things get a little legalistic here, but this evidence admissibility theory is important to understand, especially as it was glossed over in Making a Murderer. In Wisconsin, in order to advance a claim of third-party liability at trial, in other words, in order to present evidence that someone else committed the crime, the defense must have some proof that a specific person, in italics, other than the charged defendant, did a specific thing that shows a legitimate tendency to have committed the crime. If the defense only has a hunch or wants to use a vague "someone else did it" defense, courts will exclude that from being presented to a jury. It's just not specific enough. The reason for this rule is obvious. No one, not even a defense attorney, should be allowed to accuse another citizen of criminal wrongdoing without at least some proof. And oh my God, I'm wearing this Chewbacca onesie thing and I'm sweating. I am sweaty, sweat. Similarly, if the defense wants to offer frame up evidence, they must identify specifically who planted the evidence and demonstrate the direct connection that this person had to the evidence they allege was used to frame the defendant. This is where the importance of the vial of blood in the clerk's office comes into sharp focus. The defense named Lenk and Colborn as the specific individuals who planted evidence, and therefore Lenk or Colborn needed to have a direct connection to the vial of blood in order to claim that vial was used to plant the blood in Teresa's car. No, they both had access to this stuff. That's just fact. So you don't need to drum up some connection between them. It's just fact that it was there. What was their motive? Although the defense never came out and accused either Lenk or Colborn for actually killing Teresa Halbach, that inference was crystal clear in the presentation. Importantly, no evidence was ever presented that would tie either officer to Avery's case. Remember, it was Lenk and Colborn's lack of connection to the Avery case that allowed their involvement in the search and investigation in the first place. No, they were both attached to the first case. Colborn's the one that got the freaking call saying that they had the wrong person. And he didn't do anything about it. And if they had nothing to do with it, why were they being deposed? Okay. Both had no involvement in the 1985 Bernston assault case, as neither was even employed by Manitowoc County at the time. Other than Colborn transferring a call in 1995 and Lenk seeing that a report was written about that same call in 2003, there was no hint of any connection to Avery. Wow. The defense could muster was a general motive to fabricate the theory, being that any Manitowoc cop could conspire to convict Avery in order to help their employer, the County of Manitowoc, avoid having to pay out any of the Avery lawsuit proceeds. But this supposed institutional bias motive even had it existed, was not enough to allow the defense to admit either third-party liability or frame up evidence. They still needed their some proof. Am I gonna get like a workout here with all this? Maybe I should get weights every time I have to do his little air quotes. They still needed their some proof, some direct connection with Avery's blood. The blood vial, as it turned out, provided what the defense needed to advance their frame up claim, what Judge Patrick Willis called barely enough evidence to allow the attorneys to move forward with their allegations of evidence planting. Judge Willis could have, and I argued should have, rejected both third-party liability and frame up as possible defenses because the existence of the blood vial was not proof of anything and did not constitute a direct connection to the evidence unless the defense put the vial in the hands of Lank or Colborn. Just as he implied in episode 4 of Making a Murderer, Buting alleged to the court in writing and orally in the January 19th, 2007 motion hearing that Lieutenant Lank knew of the blood vial because his name is on these transmittal documents of 2002. The defense theory was that Lank would have known of the vial's existence, as illustrated by his signing the form when he transmitted the evidence to the lab in 2002. Makes sense, right? Well, we all know now, and what I believe the defense knew all along, was that Lank was not aware of the blood vial's existence. In Making a Murderer, the filmmakers cut to a 2002 evidence transmittal form, which bears the signature of Lieutenant James Lank. Looking closer at that form shown in the episode, it clearly relates to the transmittal of the hairs and fingernail scrapings, which were housed separately. Only there is no mention of the blood vial. If Judge Willis had known that the blood vial was never touched by Lank in 2002, I'm guessing the planting frame-up defense would never have been allowed. If the truth about the unsealed evidence box had been presented, that it was unsealed as a result of prosecutors and defense attorneys jointly opening the box as part of Avery's rape case exoneration process, I'm guessing the planting frame-up defense would never have been allowed. But Willis was led to believe the story of Lank handling and transmitting the suspiciously unsealed blood vial, and the planting defense was allowed into the murder trial. Oh, be still my heart. Oh my gosh, it says we're only 28% through. Whiffs of conspiracy, black bag jobs, and double dealing permeated the air. The defense team argued that sheriff's deputies who supposedly enjoyed secret access to the clerk's office had removed the vial of blood without any clerk's office employee noticing, perhaps in the dead of night. Yeah, it would have been simple. Those rogue officers, so the theory went, took the blood to the Avery salvage yard or wherever the victim's SUV was located at the time. The defense had no evidence, they said, of where the SUV was being stashed, presumably in law enforcement custody, but maintained that the cops planted the same blood in 6 different places within Teresa's RAV4, thus manufacturing strong evidence against Steven Avery in the murder of Teresa Halbach. Like many unsubstantiated claims, this theory collapses under the most cursory scrutiny. The vial appeared quite full, and yet somehow they had planted enough for 6 stains. It just drops. Okay. And like every claim the defense advanced about police planting or misconduct, they had 0 evidence it had ever occurred. Just like you have 0 evidence that Steven Avery has anything to do with Teresa Halbach's disappearance. Still, when I first heard about the vial on December 6, 2006, I thought the defense had gotten stronger. And given that the defense team had strategically waited until December 14th, 2006, the last day before the discovery deadline for all evidence sought to be introduced, to arrange joint examination of the vial and alert us of their intent to use it at trial, I was worried that we, the state, would have no real opportunity to test the sample before the trial began in February. Aw, boo-hoo. That must be how Kathleen feels about not getting the RAV4. The forensic science expert on our prosecution team, Milwaukee County ADA Norm Gahn is the one that accidentally called Kathleen Zellner, was convinced, was he the one that called? Now I might be confusing people. Okay, sorry. Was convinced the blood vial was crucial to Avery's defense, and if we could get the blood tested for the presence of EDTA and compare it to the blood found in the victim's SUV, perhaps we could destroy the planting defense before the case got to the jury. I wasn't as sure, but I had so much trust and respect for Norm that I decided to let him handle this issue. Norm! Sorry, I had to do it. EDTA is a preservative and anticoagulant found in all purple-topped blood vials. It's the chemical compound that keeps the blood in liquid form for many years. The blood in the vial would, of course, have EDTA in it, and the blood at the scene, and if the blood at the scene had been planted, it would as well. It followed, of course, that the jury would then know unequivocally whether the defendant's blood in the victim's vehicle had come from the clerk of court's purple-topped vial. Oh, you forgot to hashtag purple-topped. So I'll do it for him. Purple-topped vial. If the blood in the vehicle did not contain EDTA, then it was clearly from Avery himself actively bleeding, and meant Avery had to have been inside the victim's SUV. Believe it or not, the EDTA test was originally developed for the trial of O.J. Simpson. Woo! Drink, O.J. In that case, the testing protocol turned out to be flawed, as the lab suffered carryover positive results from earlier samples tested. So no EDTA test results were ever admitted into evidence by Justice Lance Ito. After the O.J. trial, drink. The problems with the testing were eliminated by making changes to the testing protocol, and the test was peer-reviewed in 1997 by the Journal of Analytical Toxicology. The problem was that the FBI, the only lab with a developed procedure to perform the test to detect the presence of EDTA, would likely need 3 to 4 months for the testing. Of course, with O.J. drink, both the state and defense had asked the EDTA testing be performed. The attorneys on both sides hoped to get the truth about whether there was EDTA in the recovered Simpson drink blood. In contrast, on January 4th, 2007, Avery's defense duo told the court they had no intention of having the vial of blood tested for the presence of EDTA. Though they acknowledged that the presence of EDTA in the blood found in the RAV4 would prove their planting theory, they actively tried to prevent our testing by filing motions to block the release of the vial. They didn't want to know the results of the EDTA inquiry. They were banking on us not being able to come up with results in the first place and inviting the jury to speculate what the results may have been. But we did get our results. And so, in late February, when the trial was underway, the defense suddenly and crucially wanted EDTA testing of their own. They demanded the same delay for testing they had objected to when we asked for it. The best summation of the situation came from Judge Willis himself, who, after ruling that the FBI test results would be admissible, denied the defense request for a continuance so they could secure their own EDTA result. They had also argued that the public should pay for the private testing. Well, the public pays for all your testing. On March 5th, 2007, Judge Willis said, The defense has made the alleged planting of blood a vital part of this case. As defense counsel pointed out at the January 4 hearing, he, meaning Mr. Avery, has been saying from the beginning to anybody with a microphone and TV camera, initially as early as November 2005, that if his blood was in the Toyota, somebody planted it. Yeah, so there hasn't been any secret about his defense and his view of the facts. If testing of the blood was determined by the defense to be vitally necessary to that planting defense, which was known from the very beginning, it should have been pursued for earlier than it has been. The bottom line in this case is that both parties had an opportunity in this case to pursue testing. The court believes that because of its earlier knowledge of the existence of the blood vial, the defense had a slightly earlier opportunity, at least than the state, but did not pursue the testing. And for that reason, a continuation of the trial at this point is not warranted. Just because the planted blood didn't come from the vial doesn't mean it wasn't planted. The defense hoped the state would not be able to show that the blood vial contained EDTA, while the stains did not, thereby proving that the stains could not have come from the blood in the vial. They gambled and they lost. They were willing to allege that two cops with no connection to the blood were crooked, and still it backfired. Well, they are crooked. While Making a Murderer seemed to suggest that EDTA test was rushed or experimental, neither is true. The FBI has, in fact, published a report of the test detection levels, and both the FBI's chief of chemistry and an independent scientific auditor have provided extensive testimony about its reliability. Avery's blood, the DNA that helped establish his innocence in 2003, was now solid, incontrovertible evidence of his guilt. Huh? How does that prove his guilt? He's a dumbass. All right, Chapter 6, The Key. Page 69 of 234, and we've been going for 3 hours now. So chances are we are not going to be finishing this today. Just heads up to y'all. My boyfriend is out, and I left here at 8 this morning before he got up. And so whenever he gets home tonight, then I'll be out for the night, and we'll have to continue this. But let me start Chapter 6, The Key. For Making a Murderer conspiracy buffs, the ignition key for Teresa's RAV4 might be the piece of evidence that most convinces them that law enforcement officers framed an innocent man. A required ingredient in any recipe for an Avery setup, the planted key and the circumstances surrounding its discovery are for them proof of law enforcement corruption in the case. From my perspective, of course, the key represents something else entirely. Another unimpeachable bar in Avery's jail cell door. Stupid. It's true. Sheriff's deputies did not find the key the first or second or even third time they entered the trailer. Avery partisans dub each entry a search, which presumably is how they are able to claim the key wasn't found until the sixth search. In truth, the key was found during the first complete and thorough search of Avery's bedroom, including the furniture found therein. Why'd you wait so long to search then? On November 5th, the team of Sergeant Bill Tyson of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant James Length, Detective Dave Remiker, and Sergeant Andrew Colburn, all of the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department. Isn't that interesting how it's one Calumet to how many? 1, 2, 3 Manitowoc, when Manitowoc isn't supposed to be there. Entered the residence for the first time, for an initial sweep. They weren't searching for evidence then. They were looking for signs of Teresa Halbach or for Teresa herself, dead or alive. 10 minutes later, they walked out empty-handed. Quote, "What struck me was how clean it was," Lank recalls. Not just clean, but freshly cleaned and smelling of recently shampooed carpets. Liar. Later that evening, officers began their first real search of the trailer. Night fell and thunderstorms thrashed through. Fatigue became a factor. Tom Fassbender decided to call off the search before it was completed. His trailer is like the size of this room in my kitchen on the other side of the wall. How long you gotta fucking look? Nobody intended that the trailer would be gone over only once. On the issue of that first night search and its incompleteness, let's allow the Wisconsin Court of Appeals, which examined the issue, to sum up. Fassbender testified that most of the investigators in the trailer had already been working for 12 hours or more, and exhaustion and safety issues were becoming factors that could affect the searchers' ability to locate and collect evidence. In addition, there was a horrendous rainstorm going on that created a risk of evidence being destroyed or lost as officers went in and out of the trailer to get equipment. Thus, the officers were focused on looking for the type of evidence that would be most at risk of being destroyed under those conditions. Fassbender testified that in debriefing the officers that night, he was telling people, quote, "We are not done in that house," unquote. Fassbender testified as of Saturday night, the trailer, quote, "was still part of my scene. This is an ongoing search," unquote. So if there's a storm and you need to protect stuff, then why would you be looking in the trailer at all? Why wouldn't you be looking outside? And you save the trailer for another time because obviously nothing's going to be destroyed inside a trailer. Tom Fassbender, Mike Wiegert, and I, each after each long day of the ongoing investigation, would meet and debrief with other key investigative members, making to-do lists and planning the next day's search efforts. We sent officers back into Avery's trailer 3 times to recover, seize specific items of personal property we believed had evidentiary value, but never to search the trailer. Nor were the other entries made during the first 3 days of the investigation considered searches by anyone. On November 6th, the trailer was entered twice. Officers went in once to retrieve specifically listed items that had been noticed the night before, including a vacuum cleaner and guns, and were in the trailer for 20 minutes. That same day, techs from the state crime lab entered to look for DNA evidence with reactive lighting and to take swabs. Then on November 7th, there was a 7-minute entry solely for the purpose of recording the serial number from Avery's computer. Nobody entered the bedroom. Well, boy, you all suck. On November 8th, officers were at last sent in to complete the trailer search that had been called off on the night of November 5th. Fassbender told Colburn to search the bedroom furniture and recover the large number of pornographic photos Avery had collected of his former wife and girlfriend. This, then, is when the key was discovered. 6th entry, first search, or a continuation of it. If you want to split hairs, I suppose you could call it the second search, but it was the first thorough search of the bedroom furniture. Lie. Colborn says, quote, those first entries were very targeted, which one of the lead investigators telling us to go retrieve the computer or the guns or the ammunition or specific documents on Avery's desk. But it wasn't until November 8th that we were instructed for the first time to complete a thorough search of all the rooms and furniture, unquote. They have to be the worst investigators ever. Colborn has been pummeled on this issue. Fellow law enforcement officials have grilled him. The prosecution team pressed him, as did the defense attorneys. And finally, he's been battered and hung out to dry by media, including Making a Murderer, questioning how such a crucial piece of physical evidence simply appeared on the Avery bedroom carpet during that much scrutinized search. Clear, unapologetic, never wavering. Oh my God, never wavering. Whoa. That was the nature of Andy Colborn's explanation. What he told Fassbender on November 8th, 2005 matched what he told me when I interviewed him for this book in June of 2016. Quote, on November 8th, Lieutenant Link, Officer Kucharski, and myself were assigned to search the Avery trailer one last time. But wait, you said this is the first search. So now why would it be one last time? Because if it's your first search, how do you know that's going to be the last time you need to look? Interesting. Although we had been in there on several occasions the previous 3 days, we had not been asked to go room by room and through all the furniture looking for evidence. As I was removing items from a small bookcase against a wall, I had become increasingly frustrated with the task and with the porn photos of his former wives and girlfriends I was sorting through. He only had one ex-wife, so why is wives plural? And oh, poor Colborn. Bless his heart. That must have been so hard. I wouldn't want to look at naked pictures of those two women either. So, all right, maybe I'll give him that one. While I was putting photo albums and other items back into the cabinet, I was none too gentle and was slamming them in there pretty good. I had moved the bookcase and was shaking it rather strongly, and then moved the piece of furniture back to its original location. It was then that Lang said, "There's a key!" I swear it wasn't there just a minute before, and I realized it must have been hidden inside or behind the small bookcase I had just moved. Lenk recalls seeing the key just sitting there on the carpet. I knew Andy had been kind of rough with the bookcase and figured it just fell out. I had no idea what kind of key it was until Andy noticed it had a Toyota emblem on it. I still didn't connect it to Teresa's SUV, as I'm kind of embarrassed to admit that I didn't really know a RAV4 was made by Toyota. Andy and Kucharski knew it right away, though. So he was so rough with that the stuff is in the same spot. Change is in the same spot in the before and after photos. And he took, God, I mean, well, I guess it's because Colborn's just such a good person that he would make sure he was placing everything just back as he found it. Because, you know, the rest of the house, they were literally ripping the paneling off the walls and cutting out the plumbing out of the bathroom sink, dumping stuff out all over the place. But that, they made sure they put everything back. Let's put it all back, all nice. The famous bookcase in Avery's bedroom was seized during the investigation, and clearly visible was the half-inch gap between the interior shelf and the back panel of the cabinet. The jury was shown how the key could easily fall from the back corner of the shelf down the back of the cabinet and appear on the carpet when the bookcase was handled roughly. See for yourself in the following photos. No magic required, just gravity. Picture. Ooh, this is a close-up. So it's the close-up of it showing that the little back piece is sticking out just a little bit. Oh, All of this was explained at trial, but the explanation didn't appear in Making a Murderer. Instead, Officer Kucharski's testimony was shown spliced. Dun, dun, dun! Sometimes we saw answers from direct examination spliced in after questions from cross-examination. Most significantly, at one point, Kucharski is asked if he knows how the key got there on the floor, and he says yes, going on to give a detailed explanation and discuss the broken bookshelf. None of this is shown in the documentary. Instead, we see only his testimony that Lange pointed to the floor and said, "There's a key." I mean, hey, that does sound suspicious. It is hard to fault viewers for thinking so when they weren't given the whole story. Many ask why Avery would keep Teresa's car key. Why not just toss it into the burn barrel with her camera and phone instead of leaving it around for the cops to find? In my view, it's because Avery still needed the SUV to be operable. The car crusher, because Stephen can't hotwire a car, right? Or just use a piece of equipment to pull a car up onto a trailer and move it. The car crusher on the Avery salvage yard, where Avery intended to pulverize Teresa's car, because he knows Stephen's thoughts, to eliminate it as a source of evidence, was located in the farthest corner from his trailer, but relatively close to where he had stashed the SUV, just not close enough to push it or use the forklift. It would need to be driven to the crusher. No, not true. If citizen searches hadn't stumbled on the RAV4 on November 5th, while Avery was up north at the family's Crivets cottage, that's exactly what he would have done, perhaps as early as that afternoon. So why would he go? Why would he leave town when he has evidence just sitting there? Crushing a car is not something that can be done discreetly, and it's not like such a steady stream of cars were being crushed that Steve could slip Teresa's in unnoticed. I'm going to have to find that picture and post for you all. I have a picture of the stack of crushed cars that were there at that time. Way high up. If I crushed a car, that would be suspicious. A salvage yard crushing a car, nobody's going to think twice about. With the rest of the family away in Crivets, Avery would at least have had the opportunity to crush the car unseen by any witnesses. Oh, but he went to Crivets. Unfortunately for him, Steve had no way to predict that his brother, Earl Avery, when asked, would give citizen searchers free range over Avery salvage. Again, why would he leave? Why would he go to Crivets? And Earl ain't paying attention to shit. Earl's driving around in his mom's golf cart shooting at stuff. Earl doesn't do anything for the salvage yard. Okay. The salvage lot was private property. And if Earl hadn't given permission, Pam Sturm would never have found Teresa's car that day. Steve could have crushed the car that afternoon and probably would have gotten away with murder if it wasn't for those rotten kids. It is hard not to see this moment as a significant one, not just for Steve, but for the Avery family as a whole. The Averys stick together. No, they absolutely do not. They keep each other's secrets. Nope. And distrust of law enforcement is pillar of the family code. They don't have a family code. Earl couldn't have known it, but on that cloudy November morning, he loosed the bonds that had served and preserved the Avery clan for generations, that the troubled family would never quite regain its former unity. You mean like the time when they said Stephen was guilty of Benny Bernstein? You mean that time? The key found in Stephen Avery's bedroom was photographed, processed, and rushed to the Madison Crime Lab for analysis the same day it was discovered. It was indeed Teresa's key. Not only did it fit her ignition, it still had the blue fob attached, which perfectly fit the blue lanyard with the National Guard logo, the one Teresa's sister Katie had obtained for her big sister, recovered by the crime lab from inside the locked RAV4. Perhaps most importantly, State Crime Lab Unit Chief Sherry Big Hair Culhane developed a full nuclear DNA profile found on the key that matched Stephen Avery's DNA profile. Isn't it interesting, though, that there's nothing of Teresa on that key? Go figure. Big Hair testified that there was no visible indications of blood staining, so she tested the key for DNA that had been left behind by possibly touching. Why is that important? Well, the cops were only alleged to be walking around with a vial of Avery's blood, not his skin cells. Avery handled this key. It was Teresa's, and obviously needed by Stephen to later crush the vehicle, parked in camouflage in the opposite corner of the salvage yard. It was found in Avery's bedroom, still attached to the blue fob, covered with skin cells sloughed from Avery's sweaty hands. We have a sweaty, sweat. This is what cops, prosecutors, and the rest of the critical thinking world refers to as a game changer. How did the defense intend to explain away the defendant's own DNA on the key? Oh, look at this slipper right here. Swipe. Done. They didn't, unless another vague cry of "it was planted" counts as an explanation. Because Teresa Halbach's DNA was not on the key, the defense and internet crime enthusiasts, including most recently Avery's new attorney, Kathleen Zellner, argue that Avery's skin cells must have been planted there and assert that having only one DNA profile recovered from the key was very suspicious. Big Hair, the only expert who was asked about this subject, because we all know that she's just so great and she doesn't hide evidence, quickly put the conspiracy theory to rest during Avery's jury trial. On cross-examination by attorney Buting, here's what Big Hair told the jury. Buting: now you found no mixture of DNA on that key, right? Big Hair: right. Buting: you did not find any DNA of Teresa Halbach on that key, did you? Big Hair: that's correct. Buting: now there are some studies in the Wickenheiser report, for instance, that talk about how the last person who touches an item may leave the major portion of DNA that's left on there. Big Hair: yes. Buting: but most often when that happens, there's still a mixture and there's a minor contributor as well, right? Big Hair: no, I would disagree with that. Of course you would. In some cases, yes, it's very difficult. There's no way to predict that. If you have someone who's a good shedder and sheds a lot of DNA, when they touch something, a lot of studies show that the person is going to be the DNA you pick up. This didn't stop Making a Murderer from showcasing the defense theory that only Steve's DNA appearing on the key was suspicious, without including the explanation from Big Hair. Planting is surely more complicated and improbable than the possibility, for example, that Avery got blood on the key from his cut finger and then washed the blood off the key before stashing it away for later use. Why would he wash the blood off? He left the blood on his bathroom sink. He's going to wash it off a key that he was keeping? Washing it off would have removed not only the blood from Teresa's DNA, while his skin cells would have been left behind again when he hid it. Even if you're hiding a key and don't plan on finding it, you might decide washing visible blood off it first isn't a bad idea. And of course, drops of Steve's blood were found near the bathroom sink in his trailer. So if Stephen is a... how does he word it? Where is it? Where is it? I can't find the wording of the heavy shedder, something like that he said. Then why isn't he all over the RAV4? Why isn't it all over the sticks and the hood and everything that got put on the RAV4? If he's this heavy shedder, that all his stuff would just wipe out anybody else's touch. In the end, one of the best defenses against allegations that the key was planted is simple common sense. The fact that Colburn and Link are the ones who found the key is clearly inconsistent with the key having been planted at all. Put yourself in a corrupt cop's shoes just for a moment. I'm sure those are easy shoes for Sweaty Sweat Sweat to put on. If you're a crooked cop willing to plant evidence just to ensure a murder conviction against Steven Avery, wouldn't you make sure as hell you weren't the law enforcement officer who found the key? Well, not really. Because you don't want to include other people in your mess. And people had already been through there how many times and didn't find it? If you had put it there ahead of time for somebody to find. Colburn and Link knew all Manitowoc officers at the scene were under extra scrutiny. If they'd planted the key, they would also have ensured Officer Kucharski, the non-Manitowoc team leader, was the one to find it. It's not like this would have been difficult to arrange. So you mean the officer who was sitting on the bed that you're claiming that Teresa was raped on? So that he was sitting on that bed, and that he also testifies that he didn't look at them every moment and did look away and did actually walk out of the room at one point. You mean that guy? Any cop smart enough to set a man up for murder under the nose of all those experienced investigators, because we all know Wisconsin, you know, that's Manitowoc County is what I think of when you've got the cream of the crop in law enforcement. You know, they really, so many crimes, right, that they've solved, not crimes that they've actually been a part of. Would certainly be smart enough to know that he should not find the planted evidence himself. Never deterred by common sense. Oh, what a slam. Buting continued to push the claim that the key was planted. His thinking, as stated in the Netflix series, was if we can get them to believe the key was planted, anything is possible. The defense seemed to believe that if they could get the jury to accept that one piece of evidence was put there by law enforcement, the jury would be willing to believe all the evidence was planted, that Steven Avery had been framed. And the jury, whether the judge had allowed frame-up evidence or not, already knew that this was Avery's defense. Avery himself had been talking about planted evidence on the news even before evidence linking him to the crime was found. Duh. Shut up. Sorry. His defense team spent months before the trial publicizing their client's frame-up version of events. The jury knew all about these allegations without Avery ever having to testify. He never had to say one word or be subject to cross-examination or have the jury weigh the credibility of his testimony. His version of the story had been told on the news well before this case ever made it to the courtroom. It makes it difficult to agree with the defense conclusion that the criminal justice system was heavily biased in favor of the prosecution and against poor defenseless Steven Avery. Oh, did he taint anybody in the news with his story? Where else have I heard that happening before? It's a mystery. Here, though, comes the most important consideration of all. This key was not simply a random Toyota key, the phrase used so often in the defense's cross-examination, or a spare key, the phrase used by Kathleen Zellner. This was not even just a key made to fit the victim's SUV ignition. This was Teresa's key with the other half of her lanyard attached, the lanyard that was locked in the SUV inside the secure Madison crime lab. Well, then where's the rest of her keys? This was the key that Teresa had with her. It had not been burned. It had Avery's DNA on it. Until November 3rd, no one knew for sure that Avery had been Teresa's last stop before she disappeared. He just contradicted himself. Avery himself was claiming that Teresa had not shown up for her appointment that Halloween day. So, if you believe the key was planted in Stephen Avery's trailer, you must be willing to believe activities far more sinister occurred as well. Are you willing to believe that sometime between November 3rd and November 5th, officers discovered a crime scene, perhaps Teresa's bloody car with the key still inside it, and then moved everything to Avery's property? Ding, 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 ding. Are you willing to believe that these officers found Teresa before her body was burned, hid the crime, and kept the key? Are you willing to believe that they were the ones to burn and chop up her body? That they killed her themselves? How far are you willing to take this? How thoroughly are you willing to suspend common sense to explain away the evidence? Well, let's ask an expert in suspending common sense. Sweaty sweat sweat. Now we're going into chapter 7, titled The Bones, page 81 of 234. We have only read 35% of this book. For me, the spring of 2006 was primarily the spring of Stephen Avery, a season dedicated to trial preparation. But Avery and Dassey didn't occupy my every moment, had other obligations too. I was a father to a high school senior, Andy, who played tennis and basketball. I coached and wanted a career as an entrepreneur. I had been the primary custodial parent since Andy's mother and I divorced 12 years earlier in 1994. Like most Wisconsin parents, I prided myself on not missing any of my child's matches or games. The University of Wisconsin-Whitewater accepted Andy, and he prepared to head to college that August. I took him to play in his first poker tournament in Michigan. Oh, what a lovely activity. All about lying. After his 18th birthday, 48 hours after the Brendan Dassey confession bombshell rocked the Hallback murder case. In a sense, we'd studied together. While Andy pored over college applications, that modern day whatever, that bête noire, I again focused on forensics, on science, not blood this time. This time, the most challenging and important subject for me was the science of bones. Was I back in high school again? Not with Leslie around. Oh my God, Leslie. Forensic anthropologist Leslie Eisenberg is the smartest woman I know. Wow. Okay then. A graduate of New York University, she spent her days in Wisconsin analyzing bones and other human remains, mostly involving Native American burial sites, and being regarded as one of the nation's very best bone experts. Okay, sure. Officials called upon her to assist in national tragedies like the World Trade Center attack in 2001 and Hurricane Katrina, when identification of human remains became an increasingly in-demand scientific specialty. And so, with one of the nation's best within our state borders, it was Leslie Eisenberg whom I asked to identify hundreds of tiny pieces of bone fragment, some so brittle that if handled, they would instantly break apart, and determined if they were human, came from one body, were found in the same place, and whether they were burned. And her most important assignment of all, to tell us, if she could, how Teresa Halbach was killed. Okay, it's just my dog snoring. Under Dr. Eisenberg's direction, in a large storage building at the Wisconsin Crime Lab, with scaffolding and tarps set up like makeshift banquet tables, DCI arson investigators and law enforcement officers from Calumet County sorted the recovered burn pit material. Later, as she walked me through the process of sorting and identifying the bones, I shook my head in bewilderment. Eisenberg smiled and said, "It looks like a lot, but it's not as hard as it seems, at least not for me." There were pieces from nearly every bone in the human body. Some of the fragments were the size of a poker chip, others as small as a sliver. All were painstakingly analyzed. Eisenberg testified that those bones belonged to a female, no older than 30 to 35 years of age. By reviewing the heavy charring of the bone material and the extent to which those bones were mutilated through mechanical chopping and breaking, she determined that they were cut and burned in an obvious attempt to thwart detection and identification. Several tools, including a hammer, a hoe, a rake, and a shovel, were found in and around the Avery burn pit. That's so suspicious. Why would those things be around a burn pit? Whoever did it didn't want this young woman found. Against all odds, one femur bone that Eisenberg examined still had muscle tissue attached. Somehow, the intense heat hadn't incinerated it. DNA expert Bill Big Hair was able to conclude that the tissue belonged to Teresa. I don't believe that was the determination. It was consistent with Karen Halbach. Leslie Eisenberg also examined 2 skull fragments. They told another macabre story. Before Teresa's body was burned, Leslie found Teresa was shot in the head, once in the parietal, how do you say that? I don't care, region, parietal, near the left temple, and once in the occipital region, the back of the skull. She was shot twice. The skull fragment had a defect, with the skull material itself beveled, creating the unmistakable sign of a bullet entry wound. I don't believe that has ever been said for sure either. With the assistance of State Crime Lab element specialist Ken Olson, the skull fragments were x-rayed using highly sensitive mammography film. Tiny particles of lead were detected, particles left behind by a bullet entering the victim's skull. Cause of death, homicidal violence. Manner of death, gunshot. On the important and hotly contested issue of the primary burn site, Dr. Eisenberg was confident. Of course, if you've ever spoken to a scientist, you know they aren't in the habit of making definite pronouncements. But Dr. Eisenberg regarded it as extremely unlikely that the primary burn site had been anywhere but the burn pit behind Avery's garage. Department of Justice Attorney Tom Fallon questioned Dr. Eisenberg at trial. Fallon: "Now, you did offer an opinion that you believe the location for the primary burning pit here was the burn pit behind the garage. Is that correct?" "That is correct." "Would you please elaborate for us your reasoning on that?" Number 1, in the order of priority, would be that the overwhelming majority of burn fragments that were identified by me as human, were found in the location behind the garage, in and adjacent to the burn pit, that there were, in my opinion, many small, delicate, brittle fragments that would have been left behind someplace else that had not been the primary burn location. And if that had been the case, I would have been able to recognize those fragments from another location and did not, except for burn barrel number 2. And that all the human bone fragments that were fragmented and badly burned from that location show approximately the same degree of charring, burning, and calcination variously throughout the material recovered in the burn pit and adjacent areas. Fallon, since you have concluded that the burn pit was the location of the primary burning episode, tell us why, in your opinion, burn barrel number 2, the barrel behind Dassey's residence, would not have been. Eisenberg, I believe that burn barrel number 2 would not have been the primary burn location because I would have expected to find more bone fragments that I would have been able to. Bone fragments and human bone fragments and dental structures that I would have been able to identify as human in burn barrel number 2 than actually were found. So why would there be bones in the Dassey burn barrel? Why would there be there at all? Could it be maybe burning happened elsewhere and then put in that and then dumped in Stephen's burn pit and some bones remained? Maybe. Some of the pieces of bone found at the burn pit were smaller than your pinky nail. Some of the bones had likely been reduced entirely to ash. Tiny rivets were found, a zipper, tooth fragments. The 4 bone pieces in the burn barrel were, in general, larger pieces than those found in the burn pit. I believe the most likely explanation is that Avery moved 4 of the larger pieces of bone that were not breaking down as well to the barrel, perhaps to burn and break them down further. Lest you think there was any great danger in these pieces being recognized in one of the barrels, they were still small, maybe 1.5 inches, and nothing that would have looked out of the ordinary in a barrel that already contained animal bones, a barrel used to burn garbage and belonging to a family of avid hunters. Fallon, given the nature and condition of the charring, the calcine defect on these bones, does it take a professional such as yourself to be able to clearly identify human from non-human burned bone? Eisenberg, I would say yes, except when non-human bone is of a size and intact that someone might recognize a bone or some other non-human bone. But yes, I would agree with you, given the charring and burning and calcination of the fragments. In fact, the majority of the contents of the burn pit and the adjacent area, that yes, it would take someone who has experience looking and identifying human from non-human bone fragments. Fallon, would you say the same for what was found in burn barrel number 2? Eisenberg, yes, I would. Eisenberg wasn't the only person to testify as to the location of the primary burn site. Special Agent Rodney Pevito of the Arson Bureau at the Wisconsin Department of Justice had been viewing burn sites for 30 years, earning him the reputation of being the most experienced arson investigator in the state. He too believed that Teresa had been burned in the pit behind Avery Salvage. Pevito also explained more about the fire itself. Tires, he felt, accelerated it. A van seat made of polyurethane foam, referred to as solid gasoline, had also been burned in the inferno. Accelerated this way, a fire could burn a body to bone and ash in the matter of several hours. Pevito also found tangled masses of steel wire in the burn pit, the remnants of steel-belted radial tires. He testified that bone fragments were deeply intertwined in the wire to the point where I actually had to physically pull apart the wire to get in there. Significance? Bones and the tires were burned together. No sinister team of law enforcement conspirators could have simply dumped a mass of bone fragments onto the ashes of Stephen Avery's innocent tire fire. What's more, tiny steel fragments from the wires were found in the soil of the burn pit itself, and that soil was black and oily, indicating, according to the arson investigator, that it had been the site of a tire fire. There was a tire fire at a salvage yard? A rake with bits of the steel from the tire still caught in its teeth were found nearby, along with other implements used to stoke the fire and break up the bones, you think. The defense couldn't produce much in response. They brought up 3 bone fragments found in a quarry nearby, which Eisenberg thought could possibly be human pelvic bone, but could not be sure were not animal bones after all. Many other bones determined to be animal bones were found at the quarry, which was part of an area hunting site. If the pelvis bones were human and were Teresa's, it doesn't take much imagination to come up with possible explanations, including that Avery threw a few of the larger bone pieces there, where there were already animal bones, in hopes of concealing them, or something as innocent as an animal taking one of the bones from the burn pit area and carrying it to the nearby quarry. To be crystal clear, there was nothing at all to suggest the quarry had been the primary burn site. Nothing. So why would Stephen hide bones near his property? He went up to Crivets. Couldn't you take the stuff, even if you're not going to dump it at Crivets, you could dump it in any woods along the way? But instead, you're going to go through that extra effort of, I'm going to get rid of this, that it's not on my property, so I'll do it at the place right behind my property. Blink. Oh, they'll never pin it on me. The defense's forensic anthropologist, Dr. Scott Fairgrave, never visited the burn site, never examined the bones, and worked entirely from pictures provided by the defense attorneys. This isn't so unusual for expert witnesses testifying in a limited capacity, but while this was explained to the jury, it was never mentioned in Making a Murderer. On the stand, Fairgrave agreed with my friend, Leslie Eisenberg's findings on just about everything. His one point of disagreement, out of which the defense tried and failed to make something, was his unwillingness to identify the primary burn site. However, he did not go so far as to say he thought the Avery burn pit was not the primary burn site, only that, based upon the pictures he was shown, he could not make a determination about the primary burn site. And that in his prior experience, when bones were moved, the majority of the bones were found in the location they were moved to, not the location they were moved from. In reality, if you read the transcripts, you will see that the defense expert explicitly declined to offer any opinion about the location of the primary burn site in this case at all. But yeah, if they don't actually go and see it themselves, yeah, you can't say anything on it. Pay attention now. He says, pay attention. Because you're about to hear one of the most willfully misleading arguments the defense made in the entire case. Teresa's bones were found in at least 2 places, bones from various parts of her skeleton. Therefore, obviously, some of the bones were moved after or during burning. So far, so good. However, the defense wanted the jury to believe that because, according to their expert, in most cases where bones are moved, the majority of bones are found where they are moved to, and not where they are moved from. The fact that the majority of Teresa's bones were found in the burn pit meant that they were moved to that location from somewhere else. Well, in most cases where bones are moved, it makes perfect sense that most of the bones would be found where they were moved to. Think about it. If you kill someone and you burn their bones and then decide to move them in an attempt to conceal your crime, you're probably going to try to move all the bones, or at least as many as you possibly can. This is just good sense as a murderer. However, Teresa isn't really a case where the bones were moved. This is a case where a few bones were moved. Maybe to try to speed up the destruction process, maybe to get rid of some pieces that were not breaking down as well. There is no evidence that any attempt was made to move the majority of the bones. So a statement about most cases where the bones are moved from an expert speaking generally about his experience isn't applicable here. Despite this, the defense expert's testimony was presented in Making a Murderer as some sort of a bombshell. So why were those bones given to the Halbach family from the gravel pit? It makes perfect sense that she was burned out there in the gravel pit by Bobby and Dassey and Scott Taddock. And then they're going to frame Stephen for it. Loaded it up in Bobby's burn barrel that they thought they got everything and dumped it at Stephen's. Perfect sense. But then those bones that were left in the gravel pit that Sweaty Sweat said he wasn't going to spend any time talking about because we don't know if they're even human, were given to the Halbach family and then hidden from Kathleen Zellner. And of course, as mentioned earlier in this book, though never once referenced in Making a Murderer, the contents of Teresa Halbach's purse, her cell phone, camera, and PDA were found in Stephen's own burn barrel. No. Ones consistent with ones that she owned were found in the burn barrel. Another of Steven Avery's nephews, Brendan's 17-year-old brother Blaine, saw his uncle Steve place a white plastic garbage bag into his burn barrel approximately 20 feet to the north and east of his front door on the afternoon of October 31st, and then observed smoke and the telltale signs of active burning. Another witness, a friend of Earl Avery's, Robert Fabian, saw a fire coming from that same burn barrel that afternoon and smelled burning plastic. For those that don't know, the Averys did not have garbage service where, you know, how a lot of us, it's once a week a garbage truck comes, you know, so you pull your garbage can out to the street and the garbage truck dumps your garbage out and takes it away. In Wisconsin, you have to load your garbage up in your vehicle and drive it to a dump, which my summers in Wisconsin, it was always, you know, me being the Illinois person, it's fun to go to the dump because you see the black bears, you know, that are going through the dump, eating the garbage, you know, so all us little touristy people, us fibs, as Wisconsin people call us. Fib stands for fucking Illinois bastards. That's what they call us. Think it's stupid, but we're all like, ooh, look, the bears. So then you have burn barrels on your property where you burn what you can. So you don't have to take garbage to a dump. So nobody's going to go, oh my God, there's a fire burning over there. You're burning tons of shit. Big whoop. No cop could stand over the burn barrel, stoking it and putting tires and other flammables in it while the electronics burned without someone seeing them. So tires were burned in the burn barrel too, where the electronics were? Or are you trying to say that the electronics were burned in the burn barrel, then he scooped them up and put it, or in the burn pit, and then he scooped them up and put them in there? Oh, and something else I want to talk about the burn pit. I have pictures from when I was at the burn pit. What you can't tell from stuff like you see in Making a Murderer is that burn pit is way closer to that garage than looks in those pictures. That garage is built out of particle board. So if you have a fire as tall as Scott Taddock is claiming he saw a fire, that freaking garage would have gone up. Then the propane tank is sitting on one side of it too. So whatever. Two someones did see Stephen. Why should we ignore the testimony of these witnesses? Why should we discount the testimony of experts from different agencies and different disciplines who agree that Teresa was burned at the burn pit behind Steven Avery's garage? Grim and plain. That was the nature of these truths. I don't know what you're sending me. Hold on. What are you sending me? Oh, that's the same person on Twitter who's still trying to figure out who gave me the tip. No idea. Does anybody know who this person is on Twitter? What's their Twitter name? Support Truth and Facts. They're at Facts Support. And so they tweeted saying, we know the name, but I am not sharing on here, as you probably do too. All right, so sorry, we're going into here. So this was Kathleen's tweet on the 24th that says, to Steven's followers, do not be discouraged by recent events. We have some very credible tips, and when verified, we will send to law enforcement. No more publicity stunts, no more deposit slips. And then some chick says, these sorts of things are to be expected, and I can't say it's surprising. We know you got this. And the Support Truth and Facts person says, Diane, just in. Someone contacted Jax. Not sure if you know, just today. They have proof Steven and Brendan are innocent. She has given to Zellner, and Zellner jumped right on it. Not sure if you know. Investigators looking into it now. And Diane said, yes, I heard. Thank you for sharing. I bet it's very busy in their office these days. And then the person says, we know the name, but I am not sharing on here, as you probably do too. And the person said, nope, not a clue. I don't know who those, I don't do Twitter, and I don't care who those people are. But again, we went over this in a live before. I really don't like that people are coming up with names of random people and then like posting them. And I just don't like that. But anyway, okay, let's get back to the book. Where was I? Okay, so we're going to the next page, which is chapter 8, titled The Bullet. It is page 91 of 234, saying we've been 39% read. Immediately after Brendan Dassey confessed to Wiegert and Fassbender on March 1st, 2006, my favorite two officers briefed me. Oh, playing favorites? Search warrant in hand, we headed to Mishikat, taking our now familiar route to the Avery salvage property. Never had we considered the garage as the primary murder scene. Wait. Maybe he's not saying they're going to Mishikat, but Avery Salvage Yard is not in Mishikat, it's in Two Rivers. But maybe it's going to be that they're going to Brendan, because Barb lives in Mishikat. Never had we considered the garage as the primary murder scene. Now, potentially, it was, and it might even make the case for us. With more physical evidence, whether Dassey testified against Uncle Steve or not. Snow still lay thickly over the yard that evening. Great dunes of it rising out of the dark. Given the ground cover, it'd be easy to find fresh footprints, if they existed. Officers shoveled snowdrifts from around the garage entry doors, the large double door at the front of the building and the smaller access door to the right. Watching, I thought any planting allegations that might be raised could be silenced with a photo taken at that moment with no footprints in the snow. Bad actors, if they existed, would have had to fly over the white stuff to make mischief inside the garage. Portable floodlights illuminated the interior, which was filled with shit. Yes, language. Steve shit. Tools, gas cans, lawnmowers, painting supplies, and rusted junk sat in sloppy piles. How dare he have a messy garage? Bet you Kratz's garage isn't that sloppy. All his tools on the pegboard, all just perfectly with the line drawn around it in the shape of the tool, so he knows just how to put it all right back on his pegboard. Teresa Hallback died here, according to Brendan. I was convinced, and Mark and Tom agreed, that evidence of her murder lurked therein, amid the shit. With Avery's detritus removed from the garage, officers jackhammered chunks of concrete out of its floor, looking for blood that might have soaked through the cracks. Unlikely they'd find any, I thought. From the beginning, I'd theorized that Stephen put down a tarp on which to lay Teresa. My theory remained viable. The concrete floor reacted to the chemical luminol, which glows under blacklight to indicate the presence of blood on surfaces. But luminol doesn't just detect the presence of human blood. Its neon glow is also triggered by animal blood, some bleaches, and metals. Analysts did follow-up tests to identify the substance as human blood, but in this case, those tests came back inconclusive. Wah, wah. No expert would be willing to testify that blood was present in Avery's garage in great quantities. The only thing we could say for sure was that the garage floor had been cleaned with heavy applications of bleach and paint thinner, containers of which had been found earlier in the investigation. The substances identified by our new key witness, Brendan Dassey, as having been used on October 31st, 2005 to scrub the garage floor. The jeans he'd worn that night showed splash patterns from the bleach. The most important pieces of evidence to come out of this garage search, it turned out, were bullets. More precisely, 2 bullet fragments. Special Agent Kevin Heimerl, a young DCI investigator, had been assigned the responsibility of coordinating the search of the garage that evening. He would testify at trial that 1 bullet fragment had been located in a crack in the garage's cement floor, flattened until it resembled the head of a roofing nail. It was too deformed to be of much use, held no DNA, and couldn't be matched to any specific gun. Wah, wah. The second bullet told a different tale. As he would tell the jury, Heimerl discovered this bullet while on his hands and knees as he shined his flashlight under a large green air compressor at the back wall of the garage. The bullet was almost intact, and he carefully recovered the object, placing it in a small evidence box for later processing at the lab. It would bear traces of Teresa Hallback's DNA. This was the forensic discovery I had hoped for. Physical evidence tying Stephen Avery to Teresa's murder. This bullet was a game changer. It would make my case. How does it tie Stephen Avery to it? That's not even his garage. It's Raleigh Johnson's. The gun is Raleigh Johnson's. The bullets are Raleigh Johnson's. On the witness stand a year later, State Crime Lab firearms expert Bill Newhouse testified that this bullet had been fired from Stephen Avery's rifle, not his rifle, Raleigh Johnson's, the one found hanging over his bed, using ammunition found in his scuffed desk drawers, Raleigh Johnson's desk drawers, to the exclusion of all other firearms and ammunition in the world. That's not true. It's a common gun. Department of Justice Attorney Tom Fallon, let's direct your attention then to the remaining bullet. Item FL, exhibit number 277. Were you able to conduct an analysis of that particular bullet? Newhouse, I did. Fallon, and were you able to make a determination as to whether exhibit 277, bullet designation FL, was fired from the Marlin Glenfield 22 caliber rifle in front of you? Newhouse, yes, I was. Fallon, and what conclusion were you able to reach? Newhouse. In this case, I was able to be more specific. And in fact, because of the markings on the bullet in State's Exhibit 277, I was able to conclude that this bullet had been fired from this specific gun. Fallon, all right, so Exhibit 277 had been fired from Exhibit 247. Newhouse, that's correct. Newhouse went on to describe the identical striations, grooves, and scratches found on the bullet recovered from the Avery or from the garage, and test bullets fired from the rifle recovered from above Stephen Avery's bed. These identical markings were so distinctive, and there were so many of them, that they could not be present on two bullets fired from different guns. Fallon, all right, does that mean it could not have been fired from any other gun? Newhouse, it does. Fallon, the opinion that Exhibit 277, item designation FL, was fired from Exhibit 247, the Marlin Glenfield Model 60 .22 caliber rifle. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty? Newhouse, I do. Fallon, the opinion that it could not have been fired from any other gun, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty? Newhouse, I do. This explosive testimony concerning one of the most critical pieces of physical evidence tying Avery to Halbach's killing, testimony certainly given much weight by the jury, was never shown in Making a Murderer, not once. Nor was shown in Making a Murderer that a bullet from a Glenfield .22 would not be able to go through someone's skull. I think you have to be right up there. And then Jeff's not home. I've gone over this stuff with Jeff before because my boyfriend Jeff is an NRA instructor. He teaches concealed carry, has his concealed carry. He's a gun enthusiast. He knows everything there is about guns. And so I've gone over this .22 with him before. And so he's told me about it. There's no way this .22 would kill somebody and go through their head like that. But I guess what they'd be saying is if she's laying on the ground already or whatever, and he puts the gun right up to her, I guess maybe. But this is a gun typically used for killing rabbits, squirrels. Predictably, the defense argued that the bullet had been planted. Avery's rifle was locked up in the state crime lab in Madison by the time the bullet was found, but surely, so the conspiracy theorist argument followed, police could have picked up a bullet from the ground somewhere and planted it in the garage. After all, the Averys were hunters and gun enthusiasts. Spent shell casings and bullets littered the property. Most of those, however, came from other guns, including other .22 caliber rifles, bullets that could not be distinguished from those shot from Steve's .22 without expert analysis from the crime lab, because they're experts. They're so good. It would have been a stroke of extraordinary luck to find a bullet that would later, upon microscopic examination, prove to have been shot from the very rifle hanging above Avery's bed. And then, of course, there was the victim's DNA. Are we going to talk about the chapstick that was on there? And how you got chapstick and was it underwear and a dildo from Teresa's and brought it to Stevens? I don't know why you brought evidence from her house and brought it over there. Finding a bullet in Avery's garage, shot from his gun, would hardly have been earth-shattering, but this particular bullet had passed through the body of Teresa Halbach. She'd been murdered in that garage, shot by Avery's rifle. How do you know? On February 23rd, 2007, Wisconsin State Crime Lab DNA expert Big Hair testified that in order to remove any residual DNA from the bullet for testing, she washed it, meaning she placed a bullet in a test tube with a solution designed to extract DNA. She then compared the DNA profile developed from the DNA on the bullet with the profile obtained from the intimate sample residing in Teresa Halbach's medical file, specifically a Pap smear, maintained securely at Belen Hospital in Green Bay. It was a match. The source of the DNA on the bullet was Teresa Halbach. That came from her chapstick that somebody put on the bullet. In his closing argument, Jerry Buting tried to convince the jury that the DNA evidence was contaminated and asked them to ignore it. Big Hair had inadvertently introduced her own DNA into the control sample during the DNA testing process. This type of error has no impact on the results of the test itself, but lab protocol would normally require the analyst redo the test in its entirety. Unfortunately, because the DNA recovered on the bullet was in such a small quantity, the lab did not have the luxury of rewashing the bullet and starting over. Oh. The defense was given the option of retesting the bullet themselves, but chose not to. They preferred to simply complain about lab protocol. They don't have the money to do the tests that you do, because you take that money from the taxpayers. So they can't run all the tests they would like to do. The money's not there. And you could have simply just used the chapstick some more. It's critical to understand that no contamination occurred on the bullets itself or the sample taken from the bullet, just a control sample, a solution without any DNA that is used as a comparison. Making a Murderer gave plenty of time to Buting's accusations of contamination, but ignored the part of Big Hair's testimony in which she explained why the control sample results had nothing to do with whether Teresa Halbach was the source of the DNA on the bullet. Well, why do we have to keep hearing from Big Hair when we know she's a freaking liar and was told to plant shit, put Teresa in the trailer or garage? Big Hair. That means that during the extraction procedure, I inadvertently introduced my own DNA into the negative control. It's just the fact that I introduced my own DNA into the manipulation control. Gone. Were there any other profiles developed on the bullet besides Teresa Halbach? Big Hair. No. Gone. Was Teresa Halbach's profile the only profile that you found on the bullet? Big Hair. Yes. Gone. Were there any mixtures? Big Hair. No. Gone. And your profile was found where? Big Hair. In the negative control, which should have just had reagents in it. It should not have had any DNA at all in it. Gone. How do you think your DNA profile got into that control? Big Hair. I believe my DNA profile was introduced during the time when I was setting up test examples. I was training two analysts, newer analysts in the lab, and they were watching me. This sample was not an average sample simply because we handled it a little different. It wasn't a swabbing and it wasn't a cutting. The washing part of it was a little bit different than what we usually do. So I was explaining to them what I was doing and as I was setting it up. And apparently, I felt as if I was far enough away from the workbench not to introduce my DNA. But apparently, I was incorrect. Oh, no. But she's such an expert. Gone. Now your DNA did not come up on the bullet, did it? Big Hair. No. Gone. It was only in the control? Big Hair. That's correct. Gone. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether Teresa Halbach is the source of the DNA on item FL, the bullet? Big Hair. Yes. Gone. And what is that opinion? Big Hair. I believe she is the source of the DNA on that bullet. Surprise, surprise, surprise. While cops finished up in the garage, Fassbender and Wiegert searched the trailer where Barb Yonda and Brendan Dassey lived. They found a pair of pink fur-lined handcuffs and leg irons purchased by Barb on October 9th, 2005, while shopping with her brother, Stephen. Stephen had bought a pair of new silver handcuffs and leg irons himself that day, a set that would be recovered from his trailer in the November search. There's nothing illegal about silver handcuffs, of course, and Teresa's DNA wasn't found on them, though it might seem a bit odd to be buying metal shackles when your girlfriend is in jail and expected to remain there for another 6 months. Jody Stokowski herself expressed surprise when learning Avery had purchased the items on October 9th. In a recorded jail call, she asked Avery who they were meant to be used with. They were a surprise for my new wife, Stephen insisted, trying to convince his imprisoned fiance that he was thinking ahead almost 6 months to celebrating her release date. When in Rome, he's there with Barb. Barb's buying something. Why doesn't he buy something? What does it matter where Jody is? Who the fuck cares? Here's a picture of the 40-acre salvage yard, and then a picture of the car crusher. Oh, wow. And a whole lot of cars that are lined up next to the crusher, all crushed. But they hardly did that. Here's an exterior diagram of the property and a diagram of the burn pit. Wow. They really make that burn pit look way far away from that garage. There's the picture of Bear, Stephen's dog that we've always seen. And then a picture of the burn barrel. There's a picture inside the burn barrel with electronics they're claiming that are Teresa's. Here's all the electronics that are put out on a table that they're claiming are Teresa's. Here's the Daisy Fuentes rivet that they're claiming is from Teresa's jeans that they have no proof. Oh, here's a picture of the hood latch. There's the blood vial. There's the planted blood on the dashboard by the ignition. Blood stain on the back door. Blood stain in the cargo area. There's the RAV4 with the stuff up against it. There's the folded license plate. There's the key by so the key plopped out and you see, oh, look, all those books are all nice in there. And there's the change and there's a remote. There's the fob with her valet key. And then there's the rest of it, the National Guard thing. What they claim is a leg bone with tissue identified as Teresa's. Skull fragment showing beveling from bullet wound, which isn't proven that that's from a bullet. A picture of Stephen's garage in November, that the bullet was found underneath the air compressor in the back later, not at this date, because I didn't find the bullet until December, right? Here's the picture of the gun. That's Raleigh's gun. Picture of bones recovered in Avery burn pit. Bone fragments entwined in steel belts from the tires. Okay, now I'm being told to be careful. Okay, I see. Here's a picture of Colborne. Then here's a picture of Jim Lenk with a dog in his lap. The prosecution team in the war room, as he has it, which is Tom Fallon, Ken Kratz, and Norm Gahn. A picture of Fassbender. Teresa Halbach's missing person poster, which again, endangered missing. Teresa Halbach was last seen on Monday, October 31, 2005, in the Manitowoc Two Rivers area, but may have been traveled further to Green Bay or the Fox Cities. That's what it says. She was driving a 1999 dark green Toyota RAV4, license plate number Sam William Henry 582. She was wearing blue jeans, white button-down shirt, and a spring jacket. Then the picture of her with her camera and the set of keys that has multiple keys in her hand, not just one key. And so then here's a picture of Teresa with a butterfly on her shoulder. And it says Teresa Halbach, 3/22/80 to 10/31/05. and says, Barb told Fossbender that sometime before October 31st, she and Steve argued about putting her van in the Auto Trader magazine because she really had no desire to sell it, Tom said. Tom said, quote, Steve told Barb that he would take care of placing the ad, would arrange for the photographer to take the picture, and would even pay the fee for the photographer to come out and take the pictures for the magazine, unquote. Avery needed a reason to get Teresa to the salvage property on October 31st, and he couldn't do it the same way he did on October 10th. The morning of October 10th, the day after he purchased the handcuffs and leg irons, Steve and Avery summoned Teresa to the salvage property for a hustle shot, simply meaning the photo shoot request came directly to the photographer from the customer, not through Auto Trader magazine. That's not what hustle shot. Hustle shot means she would do a hustle shot as well, where she would find people that just had a for sale sign on their car and try and get them to list with her, because she would make $10 for a regular photograph and $20 if it was one that was organized outside of Auto Trader. So she makes more money for a hustle shot. October 10th is the date Avery greeted Teresa wearing only a white towel. Not true. Dean Strang theorized that perhaps Avery had come from a swim in his backyard pool that day, seeing nothing untoward about it. The National Weather Service records indicate 46 degrees as the high temperature on October 10th, 2005 in Michigan. Hardly swimming weather, even for Wisconsinites. The 10th of October is also the date Avery took digital photos of his erect penis, found date stamped and printed on his desk during the search of his trailer. It seems Teresa's last visit to the Avery property had a major impact on Stephen, said Tom dryly. Now we go into chapter 9, titled The Accomplice. Is page 123 of 234. We jump up to 53% read, since we just went through a whole bunch of pages that were just pictures. Filler. Making a Murderer viewers can't forget Brendan Dassey or help but feel sorry for him. He's the shuffling, mumbling young man with bad skin and broken bowl haircut, a cipher adrift with tiny promise of a future. Wow. So you want to bitch about people making fun of your fat ass and your high voice. And this is what you say about Brendan. Heartbreakingly aware of his intellectual limitations, he says, "I'm stupid, Mom," to his mother, Barb, in a recorded jailhouse call, prompting her lament, "You're not stupid to me." During one of 6 interviews with investigators in which he implicates himself in the murder of Teresa Halbach, Brendan, a high school sophomore, asks, quote, "How long is this going to take? I have a project due in 6 hours," unquote. If you watched Making a Murderer, you heard that and shook your head forlornly. Textbook example here, you thought, of unscrupulous investigators leading a suggestible and vulnerable teenager to confess to a crime he'd later swear he didn't actually commit. Before Brendan's confession, I had no reason to believe that anyone other than Stephen Avery had been involved in Teresa's murder. Certainly not any of the minor children living on the compound. I never made Brendan Dassey as a killer or even an accomplice. I never even ordered the collection of his DNA, as I had for the other adult members of the Avery clan. Did I underestimate him or simply look right past him, as I assume has happened most of his life? Interestingly, it wasn't a statement from Brendan Dassey himself that made us take a second look at him. Brendan's 14-year-old cousin Kayla, the daughter of Earl and Candy Avery, told investigators in late February of 2006 that she was worried about Brendan. He'd been burning things with Stephen on Halloween and had lost 40 pounds since this all started. Brendan would stare into space and just start crying, she said. What we didn't know at that time was what was never shown in Making a Murderer, was that Kayla had approached a school counselor the month before in January, saying that she was scared to go over to the shop at her uncle's place. She'd also asked the counselor whether blood could come up through concrete. Crucially, Kayla made these statements before investigators regarded the garage as a crime scene. None of this information was reported to authorities until after Brendan's arrest. Kayla was being a brat, and she wanted some attention. Brendan was upset about a girl. On February 27, 2006, when the two investigators traveled to Mishicot High School to re-interview Brendan, he remained a potential witness, not a suspect. Fassbender and Wiegert hoped to fill in some details about what had happened at the salvage property that fateful Monday afternoon. At most, they hoped to gather a nugget or two of incriminating evidence, later admissible in court against Brendan's Uncle Steve. We knew Brendan spent a lot of time playing video games. That's it. Not much of a profile to go on. We also knew that his feisty mother, Barb Yanda, Stephen's younger sister, who worked the early shift at a factory job, was not home much. Instead, she spent much of her free time with her new love interest, a cousin of her estranged husband named Scott Toddick, who lived a few miles away. Brendan showed up for the interview looking like he always did, in baggy pants and a loose-fitting shirt, his hair rumpled. When he sat, he slouched deeply, and when asked a question, he hesitated before answering, usually with just one or two words. He didn't seem nervous or agitated. His answers didn't seem in any way evasive, at least in the beginning of the first conversation. Isn't that how forced confessions always start? Later on that evening, Brendan surprised Special Agent Fassbender when he reported seeing a dark reddish liquid on his uncle's garage floor, as well as a bag of what he thought were Teresa's clothes. Stephen Avery, Brendan said, had asked him to help clean the garage floor with bleach and paint thinner. When Brendan explained that he had also helped gather wood and tires to throw on the big bonfire that evening, the two investigators knew that Brendan could likely provide important details regarding the timeline of the crime and his direct observations of the fire. And when he admitted seeing toes and other body parts in the fire on October 31st, Brendan Dassey morphed from being just another wayward young person on the property to perhaps the most critical witness against Stephen Avery. See, for somebody who is so critical, claiming that Making a Murderer didn't show every single minutia of this case, he's sure dropping a whole lot of stuff that they kept pushing and pushing. What did you see? Toes? Okay, but what else? What else? But what? You're so leaving out all of that, sweaty sweat sweat. I wanted Brendan's statements on tape. And so, after getting permission from his mother, the detectives drove Brendan to the Two Rivers Police Department that same afternoon. Barb Yanda showed up and consented to the second interview, even though such consent is not required in Wisconsin. But it fucking should be. Everywhere. She also declined an invitation to sit in on the interview with her son, in which he repeated the incriminating statements he'd made earlier in the day. After the second taped interview, Wiegert and Fassbender briefed Barb, who was by that time pacing and chain smoking. The significance of her son's disclosures surrounding the murder of Teresa Halbach hit Yanda hard. She knew that Brendan had become a major witness in the case and that the rest of the Avery family would most likely be furious that he was cooperating with police. Stephen had long preached to Barb that her kids be taught not to talk to the cops. Gee, I wonder why. Wouldn't happen to be 18 years. And this failure of paranoid parenting would surely be met with his disapproval, if not something worse. She was right. To shield Barb and her children from intimidation, officers invited the Yanda family to stay at a local resort, Fox Hills, many miles away from the Avery compound in Mishicot. It's not that far. It seemed clear that Mom and Pa Avery cared about Stephen and Stephen alone. You can actually see in the videos I did, I drove past Fox Hills by Barb's house. It seemed clear that Mom, Pa, Avery cared about Stephen and Stephen alone. They would sacrifice their grandkids in a heartbeat, I thought, rather than give up their freshly exonerated son to the cops. Barb agreed to stay at Fox Hills for the night. Around the conference table at the Calumet Sheriff's Department Detective Bureau at 8 o'clock the next morning, we sifted through Brendan's various admissions. Did he really see toes in the fire? Did he really see a bag of Teresa's clothes? We weren't sure, but I was certain of one thing. He knew a hell of a lot more than he was telling about what happened that night. I looked at Tom and Mark and said, we need to re-interview Brendan, and it needs to be on video. We may only get one shot at this statement, and before the family talks him out of cooperating, we need to get every piece of information he has. We set a date for his recorded interview, the next day, March 1st. Stephen Drizin clued me in on why that happened the way it did. They had interviewed Brendan on the 27th. And from Brendan saying stuff about being in the garage, that's when they then now went in the garage and Drizin doesn't say this, I'm saying this part, and planted the bullet. Okay? So now, but prior to that, there was never anything in their theory that Teresa Halbach was shot. So they have to bring Brendan back in on March 1st and get him to say she was shot. So that's what he was brought back in for. Brendan was a minor, but this was a murder investigation. Dassey attended Mishicot Public Schools, and although he received special assistance in a few classes, he knew right from wrong, was able to distinguish between the truth and a lie, and like any other 16-year-old in Wisconsin, was not entitled to the presence of an attorney or parent during police questioning unless he asked for one. Starting to get really mad here. I've never been comfortable with the idea of interviewing child witnesses without some support person present, whether an attorney or a parent. But Barb was definitely a loose cannon, and nobody could assure me that she wasn't more interested in saving her brother than her own son. Her attendance at the interview wouldn't help get to the truth, especially if Brendan was more involved than we thought. So although I understood Barb would be told of the March 1st scheduled interview, I hoped she'd choose not to attend. Brendan needed to be Mirandized, certainly, but if he felt comfortable proceeding without a lawyer, I needed him questioned about what he saw. My hope was realized. Again, given a chance to sit beside her son as he spoke to homicide investigators, Barb passed. I don't know if it was this day, but one of the days that they were interrogating Brendan, Barb was across town literally getting divorced. It was her court date for divorcing Tom Yonda. So she couldn't be there with Brendan because she was getting divorced. Far be it from me to defend Barb. Fassbender and Wiegert picked up Brendan at school on the first day of March and drove him to the Manitowoc County Law Enforcement Center. On the way to the interview, they stopped off at his house where Dassey handed over the first piece of physical evidence in what would be a long list of items corroborating his version of the Halloween night events, the bleach-stained jeans he wore when he helped his Uncle Stephen clean blood from the garage floor. The Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department has a soft room for interviews, set up more like a living room than one of the drab concrete-walled interrogation rooms seen on TV. That's the Reed technique, to put you in that small room and have it so you're not facing a door and that they're actually in the way. So there is no clear line for you to get the fuck out of there. Brendan was offered a soda and something to eat, which he declined. Around 11 a.m., the interview began. Late that afternoon, my cell phone rang. We need to see you, Wiegert said, urgency in his voice. How'd it go? You aren't going to fucking believe it. Dassey confessed to raping Teresa while Stephen watched, and they killed her together. Wiegert was right. I didn't fucking believe it. How did you get him to tell you all this stuff? I asked. We kept telling him, it's okay, Brendan. We already know what happened. And the kid kept telling us more and more and more. I'm going to explode. Let me see what else he says about this before I explode. When I watched the tapes, all 4 hours, a few things struck me. Why aren't you telling us everything in the 4 hours? First, Brendan spoke or mumbled, mostly in monosyllables. Sometimes he'd make a statement, a shocking one, and then lapse into silence, rather than expanding upon it or continuing the story. It was clear that, for Brendan, providing 1 or 2 word answers was not a communication style limited to police interrogations. This kid probably didn't go into chapter and verse about anything in his life. Hell, he probably wasn't used to being asked much by anyone about anything. God, is he cruel. Not only was his story halting, it contradicted itself. It was hard to separate the truths from half-truths, and impossible to tell if Brendan was holding back. Finally, his flat effect, Brendan's failure to demonstrate any emotion when discussing raping, killing, and burning the corpse of a young woman, was unsettling. I don't know if he was a psychopath, mentally ill, an accomplished liar, or just dumb as a post. In the end, I was certain of only 2 things. Brendan Dassey was there, and he helped. On May 13th, 2006, in a videotaped interview lasting about 2 hours, Brendan told a slightly different story than he provided on March 1st. One I believe corresponds more closely to the architecture of what happened on the Avery property that fateful Halloween night. This confession is never presented in Making a Murderer. None of the graphic details so much as hinted at. In the May 13th interview, Brendan makes chilling admissions with reasonable specificity and almost no prompting by the investigators. He says that he went to the Stephen Avery residence on 2 separate occasions on October 31st. First at around 4 p.m. after he and brother Blaine came home from school. Then again after dark when he admits he raped the bound photographer. Dassey confirmed that Stephen likely sexually assaulted the victim between the times of his visits. Avery gave Brendan some money from Teresa Hallback's purse. His uncle, Brendan said, burned the rest of the purse's contents, including the victim's digital camera and phone, in his own burn barrel, confirmed by the recovered physical evidence of Teresa's burned electronics. Once again, never mentioned in Making a Murderer, not once. The starkest difference between the story Brendan originally told in his March confession and the version of events he presented in May is that in his later confession, the murder occurred in the garage, not in his uncle's bedroom. Dassey details how he and his uncle cleaned up the blood on the garage floor using Hallback's own clothing with heavy applications of bleach and paint thinner. He admits to helping Stephen carry Teresa to the big fire in the backyard, adding tires and other materials to hasten the process of evidence destruction. He describes the horrible smell of a burning body, a smell that those unfortunate enough to experience can tell you they will never forget. He witnesses Stephen chopping up Teresa's bones as they burned. Brendan also describes his relationship with his uncle, including reminders from the seasoned criminal never to talk to the cops and allegations of Uncle Steve grabbing his genitals while horsing around. Stephen also hinted, Brendan says, at his motive for Teresa's abduction, rape, and murder. Avery was pissed off that his fiancée, Jody, was in jail and that he hadn't gotten any for a while, something he discussed with Dassey on Saturday, October 29th, 2 days before the actual rape and murder took place. Dassey admits to helping his uncle hide the SUV down by the pit the evening of October 31st and says they drove the vehicle the back way around the salvage yard to deposit the car. Stephen had every intention of crushing the SUV, according to Brendan, but he waited too long. Pam Sturm, a citizen searcher, discovered the RAV4 on the morning of Saturday, November 5th, before he'd had a chance to crush it, when both Brendan and Stephen were in Crivets. Avery seems to have gambled that vastness of the family salvage yard, those 40 eerie acres of rusting cars and trucks. Man, this guy is really afraid of a salvage yard. Would be his salvation, that he had plenty of time to get back to the car, remove the makeshift camouflage, use the retained Toyota key to drive the RAV4 over to the crusher and eliminate, in a head-splitting squeal of metal against metal, most of the evidence that could ultimately be used against him. Later that Saturday, after having accompanied the Avery family to their cottage in Crivets, and after learning the SUV's discovery, Uncle Stephen's first instinct was to hide from law enforcement. It was Steve's father, Alan Avery, Brendan said, who counseled Stephen that if you hide, it will look like you did it. Stephen changed his bet, gambling instead that, having been wrongfully convicted once, he would convince the world it was happening again. Stephen Avery also seems to have bet that his faithful nephew would keep his mouth shut, perhaps assuming that Brendan's involvement would guarantee his silence. On both counts, he gambled wrong. What'd you do to her head, Brendan? Punched her? What else? Cut her hair? What else? Be honest. Cut her throat? Okay, I'm just going to come out and say this. Who shot her in the head? Stephen! Why isn't that in here? Why don't you have that part of the Brendan interrogation in there? Brendan Dassey provided valuable components of the state's overall case. He set forth the first eyewitness narrative as to how Teresa Halbach was killed and pointed us to physical evidence of the crime, including the bullet fragment under the air compressor in the Avery garage that harbored the DNA of Teresa Halbach. Without Brendan's statement as to where the murder occurred, the police would never have gotten a search warrant for the garage and found the bullet. But if you're saying what Brendan says is what happened, why, in Stephen's trial, did he not rape Teresa? Brendan provided an explanation for how the victim's blood got into the rear cargo area of the Toyota RAV4. After Stephen Avery shot Teresa Halbach in the garage, he and Brendan wrapped her in bedding and tossed her in the back of her own SUV while they brainstormed how to dispose of Teresa's body. According to Brendan, they were originally going to dump her in the pond, but decided the water level was too low. That's not true. Soaked in blood, her head lay against the side cargo panel of the vehicle, leaving the bloody hair pattern that experts would later identify for the jury. But that wasn't all. Brendan also told investigators that Uncle Stephen reached under the Toyota RAV4 hood, which officers theorized was to unhook the battery. Sergeant Bill Tyson, making damn sure to first put on fresh latex gloves, nope, swabbed the hood latch of the SUV after it was returned to Calumet County from the crime lab in April 2006. No, he has admitted he was in the Grand Am and didn't change his gloves. It revealed DNA of the defendant, Stephen Avery, to the exclusion of any other DNA in the world. Most probably skin cells sloughed off of Avery's sweaty hands, often called touch DNA. Avery's DNA on the hood latch means that it was Stephen himself who reached under the victim's vehicle hood, only accessed after the hood release is triggered from inside the vehicle. Even if a cop could plant skin cells on a hood latch, why would he? How would he have known Brendan would lead us to test it months later? Making a Murderer, perhaps not surprisingly, excludes any mention of the bombshell hood latch DNA finding. Wait. Only accessed after the hood release is triggered from inside the vehicle. Why isn't there any sweaty DNA inside the vehicle where you pull the hood latch? Why isn't his actively blood-gushing finger on that? Huh. But Brendan Dassey's confession didn't spell the end for Steven Avery. For one thing, I didn't introduce Brendan's damning statements into Steven Avery's jury trial. I was legally prohibited from calling him as a witness without a plea bargain in place. Brendan had a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. If I'd called him to testify, his testimony would not just incriminate Steven Avery, it would also incriminate him. So unless we'd cut a deal with Dassey's attorney, which we hadn't, we couldn't legally call Brendan to the stand. Let me say that again. I never used Brendan Dassey's statements, any of them, to convict Steven Avery. Liar! You didn't use it because Brendan had recanted. And you couldn't trust that if you put him on trial there with Steven sitting there, that he would still say these lies that Fassbender and Wiegert and Michael O'Kelly got him to say. Nice try. Avery was convicted primarily on the forensic evidence recovered at the scene: the blood, the key, the bones, and the bullet. Steven sunk himself. No. Planting. The question remained, however, would Brendan Dassey's own statements spell the end for him? Would they send him to prison for life? Would he sink himself and follow in the muddy footsteps of Uncle Steven? Chapter 10, The Decision, page 134 of 234, 57% read. 10 years after Brendan Dassey confessed to Teresa Halbach's rape, murder, and mutilation, his legal team convinced a federal district court magistrate that not only had every one of the Wisconsin state courts to review Dassey's case in the years after his conviction ruled incorrectly, but also that no court, not one in all the land, could reasonably have concluded that Brendan's statement given on March 1st, 2006 was voluntary. Put simply, U.S. Magistrate Judge William E. Duffin opined that the Wisconsin courts were not just wrong, they were unreasonable, and Brendan should be sent home. Yay! The 91-page opinion cited cases undermining its own conclusions and seemed, to me, determined to spring Dassey. Logic and applicable case law be damned. It also turned aside reasoned decisions by 3 state of Wisconsin courts. This ruling was the most dramatic development in the Avery Dassey case since Making a Murderer debuted almost a year earlier, in December of 2015. It set up the possibility that Brendan would walk out of the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin, where he was currently housed. For security reasons, he had been transferred from Green Bay Correctional, 40 miles from Manitowoc County, the same prison where Steven Avery served much of the 18 years he spent behind bars for the sexual assault of Penny Bernstein before DNA evidence set him free. Before DNA evidence proved he was innocent. Let's go there. So let's delve into the big decision. Duffin ruled that the March 1st confession was involuntary because Brendan was a juvenile, had an IQ in the low 70s, spoke to Wiegert and Fassbender without an attorney or parent present, and was repeatedly told by the cops that they already knew what happened and it will be okay. Duffin admits that none of these factors alone, or even several in combination, were enough to render the statement involuntary. The existing case law is quite clear of that. Yet somehow he, alone of the judges who have ruled on the matter, saw that this totality of circumstances required that Dassey's convictions be overturned. Before Brendan Dassey went to trial, a suppression hearing was held to determine whether his March 1st statement to the 2 detectives would be admitted into evidence. God, I am starving, people. It is now 10:40 p.m. my time, and I have not had dinner yet. Okay. The standard for admissibility of statements taken from teenagers is the same as the standard for adults. The statements must have been voluntarily given, free from threats or promises by interrogators. It's the same admissibility standard followed in every state, not just Wisconsin. Brendan's defense team argued that his intellectual limitations made him unusually susceptible to police interrogation tactics. In other words, they argued that he was not able to resist the suggestions of the interrogating officers and that he just told them what they wanted to hear, without appreciation for the trouble he was getting himself into. If this was determined to be true, Brendan's statements would be deemed involuntary and excluded by the court, crippling the Dassey murder and rape prosecution. After reviewing all of Dassey's statements to law enforcement, Judge Jerome Fox of the Manitowoc County Circuit Court ruled that Brendan voluntarily provided answers. Okay. So Christy is saying that we've lost a whole bunch of the viewers. I'm looking now, we only have 18. So what I will do is I will finish this chapter and then we'll stop for the night. After reviewing all of Dassey's statements to law enforcement, Judge Jerome Fox of the Manitowoc County Circuit Court ruled that Brendan voluntarily provided answers to questions free from any coercion or undue influence. Specifically, the judge found Dassey displayed no difficulty in understanding the questions asked of him. At no time did he ask to stop the interview or request that his mother or a lawyer be present, because he didn't know he could. Instead, he answered the questions put to him. Sometimes he revised his answers after being prodded to be truthful. No, because you didn't accept his answers. Or being told by his questioners that they knew his answer was either incomplete or untrue and he should be honest. Be honest. Be honest. These appeals to honesty made by the interviewers were nothing more than a reminder to Brendan Dassey that he had a moral duty to tell the truth. On 13 specific occasions in the March 1st interview alone, Brendan resisted suggestions by interrogators. No, wrong. How many of those 13 moments appear in Making a Murderer? 0. The audience sees only moments when Brendan appears to adopt what the cops say. Dassey not only resisted suggestions by Fassbender and Wiegert, but corrected them when they mischaracterized what he said. As an example, when Wiegert wondered if Brendan fired the gun at Teresa, he replied, "No, I could never shoot her," and recounted a time when he was younger when he could not even shoot a cat, implying that he was uncomfortable around guns being discharged at living beings. He said he had to turn away when his uncle shot Teresa in the head. When Brendan described Teresa's body, investigators said they knew Teresa had a tattoo on her stomach. She did not, to see if Brendan would then remember seeing it. He did not. Multiple times, Brendan told the cops, "I didn't do that," or "it didn't happen that way." That's not what happened. Dassey's defense team lost their suppression hearing arguments in the circuit court. They lost a post-conviction motion for a new trial on similar grounds, and they also failed in the Wisconsin Court of Appeals, where their coercion argument was rejected yet again. The Wisconsin Supreme Court declined to even hear the case. Typical. Those numerous times when Brendan resisted suggestion was never shown in Making a Murderer are likewise absent from Magistrate Duffin's decision. Instead, he cites the 24 times that investigators told Brendan that they already knew what happened and implored him to tell the truth. Duffin notes that investigator Wiegert told Dassey that he couldn't make any promises, but in the same paragraph, the magistrate claims that this was drowned out by police assurances that Dassey had nothing to worry about. The opinion concedes that there was no single statement by the investigators which rendered Dassey's statement involuntary, and the officers used calm tones and never used aggressive or confrontational tactics. Nevertheless, the magistrate held that the interrogator's statements that they already knew everything and that Brendan would be okay collectively resulted in impermissible promises made to the 16-year-old suspect. If officers had said just one or the other, Duffin reasoned, the statements would be admissible. It was only the combination that implied to Dassey that the officers knew the full extent of his crimes and that he would not be harshly punished for them. The magistrate construes this as a case where two permissible questioning tactics combined to create a constitutionally impermissible impression, an impression the intellectually limited Dassey allegedly would have picked up on, despite the fact that, according to Duffin, the officers themselves may very well have been unaware that the combination created this impression. Rather than an intentional and concerted effort to trick Dassey into confessing, what occurred here may have been the product of the investigators failing to appreciate how combining statements that they already knew everything that happened with assurances that Dassey was okay and had nothing to worry about collectively resulted in constitutionally impermissible promises. I've made it a practice not to publicly criticize or second-guess judges or discuss their possible motives for decisions they have rendered. But how on earth does that make sense? Talk about unreasonable. Dassey is too stupid to realize he is incriminating himself in a murder, but savvy enough to appreciate that the combination of "we already know" and "you will be okay" means that he won't be charged with murder as a result. Furthermore, in his own opinion, Duffin points to case law in which reasonable courts ruled just as the Wisconsin Court of Appeals did, undermining his stated claim that Dassey met the no reasonable court standard. He made the state's argument for them. It's Duffin versus Duffin. The federal district court gave the state of Wisconsin three options. 1, release Dassey within 90 days. 2, appeal the court's decision to the Federal District Court of Appeals, or 3, retry Dassey without using the March 1st statement. In September of 2016, Wisconsin Attorney General Brad Schimmel selected the second option. The Department of Justice appealed Magistrate Duffin's decision to the United States Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. Said Schimmel, quote, "We believe the magistrate judge's decision that Brendan Dassey's confession was coerced by investigators and that no reasonable court could have concluded otherwise is wrong on the facts and wrong on the law. 2 state courts carefully examined the evidence and properly concluded that Brendan Dassey's confession to sexually assaulting and murdering Teresa Halbach with his uncle, Stephen Avery, was voluntary, and the investigators did not use constitutionally impermissible tactics," unquote. The Duffin ruling infuriated former DCI agent Tom Fassbender. Before the critical March 1st interview, Tom felt bad for Brendan, who was clearly upset by whatever had happened on Halloween with his uncle Stephen. When Tom acted, as the magistrate put it, parental, he wasn't acting, he was being genuine. And he was honestly indicating that from what he had seen and heard up to that point, he thought Dassey would be okay, that he'd never graduate from witness to suspect. At that point, Tom thought that even if Brendan told everything he knew, he would only further implicate Stephen in the crimes. Tom's retired now, but he hasn't forgotten. Quote, "I was a law enforcement officer for over 30 years and was a good ethical cop who followed the law and rules," he says. "I've always followed the rules of investigation, interrogation, and even taught recruits, officers, and investigators on those topics. My career track record bears that out. If anything, during my career, I was often taken advantage of during interviews because I wanted to give the subject the benefit of the doubt if possible, and always felt empathy for the subject. I did not deviate from these principles during this investigation. I guarantee if anything illegal or unethical had occurred on the Halbach investigation, I would have been the first to sound the alarm. Those were good cops and peoples that worked on that case, unquote. That's the Tom Fassbender I know and respect, the man whose reputation is under attack yet again, all these years later. Yeah, 'cause you fucking tricked that kid into saying he did something he didn't do. What'd you do? Who shot her in the head? Oh. This may surprise you, but there's one opinion I share with even the most rabid factions of the Making a Murderer audience, and that is that Brendan ended up a sort of sacrificial lamb. We may disagree on who is responsible for this, but make no mistake, Brendan is a victim in his own way, and I have a lot of sympathy for him. I've said that for years. Oh, he has a heart. It grew 6 sizes. There's almost universal belief among law enforcement, prosecution, defense, and court officials that Brendan Dassey was no murderer. He was a 16-year-old kid who played video games and idolized his Uncle Steve. No, he did not. Left to his own devices, he never would have raped or murdered Teresa Halbach. He became a murderer, and it was Steven Avery who made him one. Whatever you believe about which specific acts he committed that night, Brendan Dassey was involved. As I told the jury at his trial, he was there and he helped. When he recanted his confession so completely, insisting in the end that he had not even seen evidence of the crime, which was an obvious lie, he left the prosecution with few options. He was offered a very fair plea agreement, serving as little as 15 years for his role in the crimes in exchange for truthful testimony against his uncle. He could very well have enjoyed the majority of his adult life as a free man, and yet it was his own family who pressured Dassey to turn down the deal. Why? Because while a plea agreement would have dramatically benefited Brendan, it would have just as dramatically hurt Steven Avery's chances of acquittal. The planting defense, advanced by Strang and Buting, wouldn't carry much weight with a jury who hears the defendant's own nephew testify that he witnessed Steven kill Teresa and mutilate and dispose of her body. Steven's defense, I believe, trumped all else. His high-profile exoneration and the civil lawsuit that followed brought both local celebrity and the promise of a significant windfall, money that was expected to flow in the direction of the Avery salvage yard. In a phone call on May 22nd, 2006, Steven Avery tells Brendan's mom, Barb Yonda, quote, "Brendan can't take the plea bargain," unquote. But who could convince Brendan that only serving 15 years for rape and murder was a bad deal for him? Enter Alan Avery. In early June 2006, Brendan Dassey was informed that the family patriarch, Steven's father and Brendan's grandfather, usually not much given to phone calls with his incarcerated kin, wanted to talk to Brendan. A clearly concerned Brendan Dassey asks his grandmother, mother, and Aunt Candy while his grandfather wants to speak to him. Nobody provides a hint to the teen inmate other than to reiterate, "Grandpa needs to talk to you." On June 6, 2006, Alan Avery speaks to Brendan Dassey. It's the only jail call recorded between Dassey and his grandfather, and therefore the significance and weight Brendan gives to the call is obvious. Alan reminds Brendan to avoid talking with the police as they are bastards and can't be trusted. Stick to your guns, he tells Brendan, and don't go for a plea bargain. Alan Avery says that the state wants to send Dassey to prison for life. Listen to your grandpa, he says. Then, tipping his hand as to whom the no plea bargain strategy will actually benefit, Alan tells Brendan that taking a plea bargain will only hurt both of you guys, Dassey and Steven. Brendan Dassey complies. Dassey's new lawyers decide to go to trial and have not been shy about disclosing that Dassey's family would not allow him to accept a plea bargain. Brendan is convicted, of course, and sentenced to life in prison. The lamb was laid down. His uncle made him a murderer. His family helped send him to prison, and sadly, depending on the federal appeals court, may have tossed away the key. He's still got one more paragraph in there. And again, Kratz is not showing the full phone call. So you're not giving us everything, sweaty, sweat, sweat. Brendan was told if he was innocent, you don't make a deal. And you don't say you're guilty if you're innocent. His mom even told him, and we saw it, we've heard it. If you're guilty, take the plea deal. If you're innocent, don't take it. So that's what happened there. Brendan is in prison because of you, sweaty, sweat, sweat. Because of Fassbender and Wiegert and Lenk, Colborn, Remacher, Scott and Bobby, Barb. That's why Brendan's in prison. I often wonder how Brendan feels now about the advice furnished by his loved ones. Brendan may benefit in some degree from the federal ruling suppressing his March 1st confession. Magistrate Duffin ordered Brendan's release on bond pending appeal, an extraordinary ruling given Dassey was convicted of rape and murder by a jury. The Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals rejected that effort on November 17, 2016, and ordered Dassey remain in prison while the appeal progresses. Still, he will have lost many years of his young adult life as a result of being talked by members of his own family into decisions that were not in his best interest, decisions only furthering the interests of one man, Steven Avery. Lie. I have one major regret in my prosecution of the Halbach case, and that is the press conference I gave on March 2nd, revealing some of the graphic details contained in Dassey's criminal complaint. Making a murderer seems to imply I loved and often courted the media, which wasn't the case at all. Other than that, on March 2nd, I gave only one other short press conference during the 18 months the case was pending in court. 15 months elapsed between charging Steven Avery and going to trial, and I spoke twice to the media during that time. Believe it or not, I was frustrated with the media frenzy surrounding the case and was certainly not trying to add to it. The Avery case was not just a matter of general public interest. It had become a full-blown media circus, and over the previous month, the defense team had taken several opportunities to publicly trumpet their defense that Steven Avery, local celebrity and poster child for the Innocence Project, was the victim of police misconduct and framing. The rules of attorney professional conduct allowed me to make whatever public statements were necessary to cure the defense attempts to prejudice the potential jury pool. Given that, I hope speaking about the details of the Dassey complaint would counter the poor Steven narrative advanced by Strang and Buting. And ironically, I also hoped it would be enough to prevent the media from sharing even further salacious specifics. In retrospect, I wish I had simply released the Dassey charging document and said nothing at all. The result would have been the same, given the media climate of the case, except it would not have been my face telling the story. It would have been the better choice. But I lose no sleep over my prosecution of Brendan Dassey. I was a prosecutor with a dead young woman and her surviving family for which to pursue justice. It was not my fault that Brendan was easily manipulated by Avery, you mean Fassbender and Wiegert and O'Kelly, or had a low IQ, or was shy, or that he made a dozen inconsistent statements. I believe Brendan could have saved Teresa's life, but chose instead to involve himself in the rape, murder, and mutilation of an innocent woman. I have always said that he did not deserve life in prison and should have taken the plea bargain that I offered him, but I couldn't and can't make Brendan's choices for him. Why wasn't Steven found guilty of mutilation of a corpse? As I mentioned before, the U.S. Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, comprising a more seasoned panel of appellate judges, will review the voluntariness issue, taking it out of the hands of what appears to me to be an activist magistrate at the district court level. There is a larger issue at stake if this decision is allowed to stand. After all, it flies in the face of other case law and without clarification is sure to cause confusion for law enforcement and the courts about both the standards for voluntary confessions and the standards for granting federal habeas relief. My prediction, for what it's worth, is that the Seventh Circuit will overturn Magistrate Duffin's decision, finding that the interrogation of Brendan Dassey was voluntary, free of any coercion or promises having been made. If the state of Wisconsin loses that appeal and Brendan shuffles out of prison, I wonder how he will have changed, what the rest of his life will be. Will history repeat itself in Manitowoc County? How long will it be before a second member of the Avery clan shows up in civil court to file a multi-million-dollar lawsuit alleging wrongful conviction of police misconduct? Will he follow Uncle Stephen's lead again? Where will he place the blame for his misfortune? Will he take the life of another in retaliation? If he does, I'm certain the Making a Murderer cameras will return to Wisconsin to recapture the aftermath. Wow. So that was the end of the chapter. So we're going to end tonight after being on here for 5 hours. We're at 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 37 seconds. So we went 5 hours. So when the next time when we pick this up, we will be on chapter 11, which is titled The Villains. I am on page, let me get this just in case and write this down in case something screws up. So chapter 11, The Villains, page 146. It says we have read 62%. I've never used this. Enter, add a bookmark. All right. So I do not know when I will continue. I can possibly do Monday night. Tuesday is Marnie Yang's filing, and Wednesday is the press conference, which I am on the panel at the press conference. So I don't know all that is going to happen with all the stuff going on with Marnie. So possibly Monday. Tomorrow I gotta go to a class in Chicago. So I don't know my full Sunday plans. But Sunday, no, I don't think I would be doing Sunday. So think about, I'll think about possibly Monday. This will stay up. So there we go. I am out. I guess I'm gonna go brush my teeth, wash my face, and go to bed. It's 11 p.m. here. And I guess I'll just go to bed and watch TV there because I need to chill. So, all right, thanks for joining me in day one of reading Sweaty Sweat Sweat's stupid fucking book full of lies. Until next time.